Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't hear anyone else.
Okay. Can you hear me, Natalia?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I hear you. Can you hear me? I'm Anna.
Hmm.
Oh, she doesn't.
Oh, now I can hear you. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay.
My thing was down. Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't hear you guys. Can someone talk to me so I can see if my speaker's working?
Can you hear us
Hello?
now? Hi.
Can you hear us? Hello. Hi, 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 hi.
Hi. I got you. I got you. I'm here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, I can hear you.
Hi.
Ah, yay.
Okay.
Good morning.
Maria, there's some mermaid in the way, but I can sort of see you.
Yes. Green mermaid.
Why my daughter she broken the computer.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just teasing you. All right. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
So, I'm sorry. I went back onto the test and I had to close it and reopen it, and it's the same code, and I think it's working now. So before everybody gets off today, make sure you can get onto that test I put on last week.
Okay.
Because I don't know why someone messaged me. I know I went on at like 2:30 in the morning and started working on it, but someone messaged me, said they couldn't get on. And then I went on and I was messing with it. I couldn't get on either, but now I can.
With
So
the same code?
what? It's the
With
same code,
Okay.
but I posted a new thing. So maybe it was the wrong, I don't know, maybe the Google Classroom code was wrong for some reason, but it should work. But anyway, so I posted a new thing on our Google Classroom. You'll see at 2:30 in the morning.
I saw. Because-
Okay. And you should be able to get on that one.
Okay.
Because I could get on that one. So I'm pretty sure you guys should be able to get on it too. Okay. But if you want to check at some point, we'll do that.
Can you
Did anyone take any, besides that test, did anyone take the other tests?
No.
Nicole, can you hear me, please?
The other two tests, the first ones I gave.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You're very quiet, but I can kind of hear you.
Let's see. Let's see. Um,
If you go down to the right corner,
I
there
did.
should be a little, it looks like megaphone. And you should be able to turn it up.
Can you hear me now?
You're quiet, but I can hear you. I'll just
Okay.
be quiet.
It's because
I know all my dishwasher and washing machine, everything's running. So anyway, did you guys notice a trend of things that you weren't like getting right? I definitely want to go over dental materials today. Dental materials is huge, and it's very important part of dental assisting, and it's one of the harder parts to remember. So I really want to go over that and make sure that you guys understand and know your different dental materials, what they're for, and the basis of them. Okay. So that's my big thing for today. I'm going to post one more test at the end of today. For next week's our last class. So I really want you guys to just, when you're taking the tests, if you notice a trend like, hey, I'm missing all the questions on medical emergencies, or I feel like I don't have a good grasp on dental materials, or I'm not really clear on, sorry, my dog is a lunatic, or I'm not really clear on, the procedures, then let's definitely next week, let's talk about that and go over the ones that you're missing. So I'm not giving you a homework assignment, but I'm saying if you take the test, Molly, if you take the test and, you're noticing a trend of things that you're just not getting, I really want to go over them. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so let's start with dental materials. I know you guys have this, I'm basically using your MDA book. I know you guys have this exam review too, which it literally is just like a test to take. So you guys should be trying to do this on your own, because I don't really want to spend our class doing this test, because you guys can do the test and it gives you the answers.
Okay.
So, I mean, you tell me if you want to go over it. I downloaded it, but it's literally just the test. So, I mean, we can do it next week if you guys don't, but I feel like there's probably more pressing things, and you guys can do that on your own, and it gives you the answers. So, I want to utilize our class time as, as well as possible. So, So I teach, one of the things that I teach in my dental, I have a co-teacher. So we kind of split up things in our class, but I always teach dental materials. I'm a really hands-on person. So all right, so dental materials is part 9 in your MDA book, Modern Dental Assisting book. This one. I have the newer version, but they're the same.
Okay.
And it's part 9, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3. It's 5 chapters. Okay, I really want to get through all this today. So, and what we'll do is we'll do what we've been doing. We'll kind of do this and then go and take like a little mini quiz to make sure that you guys get it, and we'll just kind of keep going back and forth. I feel like that's working for you. Do you feel like that's working for you?
Definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So we're starting with chapter 43. And again, I'll post all these PowerPoints on our Google site, on our classroom. All right. So restorative, we're starting with restorative dental materials. Okay. So there's a list of restorative dental materials, and there's different reasons to use each of them. All right. So we have amalgam. I don't know if anybody still uses that in their office, but it is still used widely. Resin, which is what most of us use for our fillings. We have glass ionomer. We have temporary restorative materials like IRM. We have tooth whitening products, gold alloy, and ceramic castings. Okay, all of these are still used in the dental office. Criteria for new dental material. So if they're coming out with a new material, it must not be poisonous or harmful to the body, obviously. It must not be harmful or irritating to tissues of the oral cavity. Must help protect the tooth and oral tissues, resemble the natural dentition. If possible, be aesthetically pleasing. It must be easily formed and placed in the mouth, conform, and function. Okay, because we're using it to chew, which is mastication, has a very high level of force to it. Okay, especially the further back you go, the more force. Okay, so I think the back of your mouth is 70 pounds force, and then the front of your mouth is much, much lower. The types of dental materials used to restore teeth must respond to and withstand specific factors. These are characteristics that enhance the ability of dental materials. So we have mechanical properties, thermal changes, electrical properties, corrosive, solubility, and application properties. For mechanical properties, okay, materials must be able to withstand biting and chewing force in the posterior area of the mouth, like I said. So force is any push or pull on matter. Stress is the reaction within the material that can cause distortion, and strain is the change produced within the material that occurs as a result of stress. All right, so all these are mechanical properties of your material. So there's different types of stress and strain. Tensile stress pulls and stretches the material. Compressive, if you think about a compressor, right, it pushes the material together. So we have tensile pulling it apart, compressive pushing it together, and then shear stress is the breakdown of the material as a result of something sliding over 2 areas. So don't forget, now the mandible is the only area in the mouth, okay, that has complete mastication. So it moves up and down, and it also moves back and forth, okay? So these materials need to be really strong, especially in the back of the mouth, because our jaw, when we chew, our jaw chews like this. It chews around. It doesn't just chew up and down. We don't just go, right? We chew all around with our lower. So it needs to have proper tensile, compressive, and shear stress strength. Ductility and malleability. Ductility is the measure of the capacity of a metal to be stretched or drawn out by a pulling or tensile force without fracturing. All right, so the ductility of a material is going to be how well we can stretch it without breaking it. Malleability is the measure of the capacity of the metal to be extended in all directions by a compressive force. Okay, if you think about something that's malleable, it's something that can be stressed in all areas. Thermal change is exactly what it sounds like. It's a change in temperature in the oral cavity resulting from a hot or cold product. These thermal changes are of major concern because of the contraction and expansion and the need to protect the pulp from thermal shock from extreme differences in temperature. So whatever material we use has to be able to withstand temperature changes, right? If we eat something cold, we don't want the cold to go through that material and hit the pulp of our tooth. It's going to send us rocketing out the top of our house, right? Contraction and expansion. So each type of dental material will contract or expand at its own rate. It's essential that the tooth structure and restorative material have the same rate of contraction and expansion. So as much as it contracts, we also want it to expand that much. We want it to be equal, all right? Significantly, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good morning.
What chapter are we on? I'm just trying to find it in my book.
This is chapter 40. No, I forget. Hold on.
43.
43.
And we on page 716.
Thank you so much.
Like I said, I'm using a different version, but
I have the 12th edition. I think that's the one you have.
this one's actually the 13th. I do have the 12th too.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's page 716.
They're almost the same.
great. Thank you.
Okay. Significantly different rates of contraction and expansion can cause dental material to pull away from the tooth, which can cause micro leakage. Okay, so what's the problem with micro leakage? What is micro leakage?
That there's a frustration on the tooth, like water, food, and
Yes,
stuff could get in it.
inside.
Right, so if there's micro leakage, the ability for stuff to get into it is greater, and then that causes recurrent decay underneath the filling, right?
Yes.
How does micro leakage occur? Or why does it occur?
Because the contraction and expansion of the material.
Was that you, Marie? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, I was saying the material is contracting and expanding. And,
Either that or it was placed improperly,
yeah,
right? So if we didn't, let's say we put the bond on and didn't cure it, right? And then we put the material on top, it would stand to reason that perhaps there would be micro leakage, okay? So all the steps, this shows us all the steps are important, but also we need a material that's going to withstand, once we place it properly, contraction and expansion. The minute separation could allow fluids, debris, and microorganisms to enter between the restoration and wall of the cavity prep. Okay, we definitely don't want micro leakage. We see micro leakage. A lot of times we see micro leakage in what type of filling over years of time?
Amalgams?
Amalgams. Why? How are amalgams held in place? Are they held in with bonds?
No.
No.
They're held in with what?
With expansion.
With retention, right?
Right.
So, and metal is a stronger material than tooth, and it expacts and contracts. It expands. Woo! It expands. I promise I wasn't drinking this morning. Expands and contracts. I know, and this is being recorded too. It expands and contracts, and over time, what happens is it does cause, but I mean, over time, we're talking 10, 15, 20 years, even if you take care of it, over time, it starts to cause micro leakage. It starts to cause cracks in the teeth. That's one of the downfalls of amalgam, okay? If composite is placed properly and the bite is correct, micro leakage is less likely to occur. All right, electrical properties, again, is what it sounds like. An electrical current or galvanic action in the oral cavity can take place when there are two different or dissimilar metals present. Conditions that allow these electrical currents includes saliva, which contains salt, which is a good conductor. Two metallic components of different composition can act as a battery. So if you had, let's say, an amalgam on the bottom and a gold crown on the top, could potentially cause galvanic action or an electrical current, okay? Because you're two metals opposing each other. Galvanic action or shock is the coming together of all these conditions, all right? Corrosive properties and hardness. We obviously, ooh, you can't see this, can you?
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I feel like every other time you can. Oh, you can see it, but I can't get to the other. Okay, I can't get to the next thing. That's it. All right. Okay, corrosion is the reaction that occurs within a metal when it is exposed to corrosive products such as temperature, humidity, and saline. Certain foods contain metallic forms that cause corrosion of dental materials. Most corrosion involves surface discoloration and can be removed easily with the use of polishing agents. Hardness is a measure of the resistance of metal to indentation, scratching, or abrasion. So, the hardness of the tooth, okay, is going to be, once it's cured, once it's placed, we don't want anything to be able to penetrate it. All right. We want it to hold up to the, hills and valleys that we've made for each tooth. All right. What can you think of something that might be corrosive in the mouth if not properly brushed and taken away?
Etch.
Etch is very corrosive. However, I'm talking about, so I've got my cavity filled. I'm at home now and I'm eating. What materials can you think of that are corrosive enough to eat through filling tooth? Sugar, materials that are high in acid too, right? Like things that are acidic, like soda.
Yeah.
All right. Those things are corrosive if not removed. And we can see it. Like enamel is a really strong substance. So if something is eating through enamel, it's pretty corrosive, right? Solubility is the degree to which a substance will dissolve in a given amount of another substance. So what can you think of that is very soluble? Two substances, blank in blank. Salt or sugar in water, right? Very soluble. If you mix them together and you look through your water, are you going to see it? No. Okay. So salt, sugar, very soluble. What two substances do not mix well or are not very soluble? We put it on our
Oil
oil and
water.
oil and water, or oil and vinegar, right? They don't mix properly. Okay. Oil and water. Sand has a low solubility because it does not dissolve easily. If we put sand in water and we mix it, we're still going to see the sand at the bottom. Sugar has a high solubility because it does dissolve easily. A material that dissolves easily in the oral environment is of limited use because it will wash away and leave the tooth structure exposed, right? So we don't want a material that's soluble. It's not going to do us any good because it's literally just going to wash away, okay? For dental material to have specific mechanical properties, steps must occur in the application of the dental material. Techniques used in the application help determine the properties of that application. Flow When decay is removed and healthy tooth structure is prepared to receive a permanent filling material, the dental material must be pliable enough to be placed in the preparation. Dental materials are designed to have a certain amount of flow for placement. This allows the material to fill in the preparation of the tooth. So of your dental materials, which has the highest flow ability?
Flowable.
Flowable. It's literally called flowable, right?
Yeah.
Because when you place the flowable, it literally flows into the nooks and crannies. So a lot of times a doctor will put flowable first to flow into those little nooks and crannies and then cover it with composite, right? Or resin.
Mm-hmm.
Adhesion, the strength that causes unlike materials to adhere to each other. We were talking about bond earlier. Bond is an adhesion, right? Without proper adhesion, micro leakage can occur. We talked about that, and the restoration could come out. Characteristics of dental materials that can affect the adhesion are wetting, or the ability to flow over a surface, viscosity, or the property of a liquid that causes it not to flow easily. Surface characteristics influence the wetting ability, and film thickness. The thinner means a stronger adhesive junction. So if the doctor, let's say the doctor forgets to put bond on the tooth, right? No matter how much flowability the restoration has, it's not going to adhere to the tooth without that bond, right? And it's going to come out. So we do need to make sure that we have a substance in there to adhere the material to the tooth. Retention, we talked about retention. Which material uses retention the most?
Amalgam.
Amalgam, okay? Or if for some reason you're packing gold, but I think amalgam is the only metal that we pack ourselves unless you work for some high-end office. Ability of holding two things firmly together when they will not adhere to each other naturally. Dental restorations, castings, and appliances must be held in place with the use of materials and retention methods. Even though retention holds the material in place, it does not completely seal the two structures together. Micro leakage can occur if an additional material, such as a bonding, is not placed to create a seal. Curing is a setting process of a dental material that is initiated by a chemical reaction or by light in a blue wave spectrum. Auto-cured materials harden as a result of chemical reaction. Light cure does not harden until it's been exposed to a curing light. With dual cured material, some curing takes place as the material is mixed. The final cure does not occur until you use your light. All right. Direct restorative materials applied to a tooth or teeth while the material is pliable and can still be adapted, carved, and finished. What materials are direct restorative materials? There's a bunch. So after we mix amalgam's pliable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hardens. So amalgam is one. What about resin? When it comes out of your extruder, it's extremely pliable until you cure it, right? So resin's another one. What about glass ionomer? Like Fuji is glass ionomer.
Pliable too.
Yeah, pliable too. Okay, IRM, same thing, pliable until it sets, right?
Yes.
All right.
Mix IRM and then we push it into the area of the tooth that we're trying to fill with the temporary sedative material. And then once it sets, it's in. But before it sets, it is pliable. We can finish it, we can carve it, we can have the patient bite down to make the grooves that we want. Material used in these type of restorative and aesthetic procedures are amalgam, composite, glass ionomers, temporary restorative materials, and tooth whitening products. Amalgam consists of several different metals, with silver being the predominant metal. Good morning. Oh.
set an alarm for 8, and I actually woke up to it.
Okay, well, I'm teaching my class, so if you want breakfast, go for it. Metals are in a powder form and then mixed with mercury to form a soft pliable mixture. What do we mix them with? If we're mixing amalgam, what do we use to mix it?
A mixer.
Trick-
And
trick-
a mixer. Oh yeah.
When placed into a prepared tooth, condensed, carved, and allowed to harden, the mixture becomes a permanent amalgam restoration. Amalgam is safe, affordable, and durable material used predominantly to restore premolars and molars. Why don't we restore front teeth with amalgam typically?
Because it's dark.
Aesthetics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, aesthetics. We don't want a silver filling in our front tooth. Sometimes lingually, they will use amalgam, but again, it has the ability to leave that amalgam tattoo or go through or be seen through because the front teeth are so thin to be seen through the teeth. So a lot of times they're not going to use it. There are certain instances where they do use the amalgam lingually, but they are less likely. Okay. Indications for using dental amalgam: primary and permanent teeth, stress-bearing areas of the mouth, small to moderate sized cavities in the posterior teeth, severe destruction of tooth structure as a foundation for cast metal, metal ceramic, and ceramic restorations, when a patient's commitment to personal oral hygiene is poor, when moisture control is problematic, when cost is an overriding patient concern. Talk to me about moisture control and amalgam. Does the area need to be dry to place amalgam?
No.
No. So if you have a patient who is very juicy or has a healthy salivary flow, and you keep putting in restorations and they keep coming out because the patient can't stay dry, amalgam is a good choice, right? Because you can work under extreme conditions with amalgam, right? Meaning you can work in a
Right.
wet environment.
Mm-hmm.
Contraindications for using dental amalgam: when aesthetics is particularly important, with patients who have a history of allergy to mercury or other amalgam components, when a large restoration is needed and the cost of other restorative materials or treatment option is not a significant factor in the treatment decision.
Mm-hmm.
If a very large restoration is needed. So what's the problem with having a really, really big amalgam filling? At some point, what?
So if it's too big, the
Maria, you're on.
room,
I feel like you're talking, but you're on mute.
I am.
Maria is. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Who's speaking now? Anna?
Well, this is Natalia.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. You
So
know what?
the remaining,
So I can't see you talking.
yeah, no, it's okay. The remaining of the tooth will break.
Eventually, right? So the problem with doing such, and also when you do an amalgam restoration, you need to take out the decay and then also configure into the filling the fact that it needs to be held in by retention. So it needs to be like hard lines, right? So if the filling is a soft, if you look at x-rays of an amalgam filling and a composite filling, the amalgam has very hard edges to it because you need to adjust your drill in order to hold that in by retention, meaning you're making the cavity a little bit bigger than it is, right, in order to hold that amalgam in. So the more amalgam fillings that you put in over time, that tooth is going to eventually break or need a crown. Okay. Not to say it won't need a crown with composite, but I'm saying you need to fill more of the tooth with amalgam. It needs to be a bigger filling because you need to adjust the filling for retention. Okay. And hopefully insurance companies will get on board and stop paying less money for composite fillings. I don't really understand the reasoning behind it, but composition of dental amalgam: it has mercury, alloy powder. You mix approximately equal parts of both. The alloy powder is a combination of metals: silver, tin, copper, and zinc. Each of these metals plays a different role in the amalgam restoration. Silver gives it strength. Tin gives it workability and strength. Copper strengthen corrosion resistance, and then zinc suppresses oxidation. High copper alloys contain a higher percentage of copper than previous alloys, classified according to their particular shape. So we have spherical or irregular. Spherical is round particles, irregular is rough lathe cut particles. Particle shapes influence the trituration and working characteristics of the resulting amalgam mixture. This is high copper alloys in the amalgam mixture. Okay, that's what they're talking about. Mercury to alloy ratios. The ratio must contain just enough mercury to make the mix workable without containing an excessive amount of mercury. What? Huh.
Oh no, that's just
Okay, well, zipper it back up, please.
well.
Babe, I'm teaching. You have to fix the zipper. It broke? All right, I'll fix it after. I'm teaching my class right now, okay? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Non-mercury alloys called galloy, which is composed of gallium, indium, and tin, has been approved by the ADA. Gallium is the alloy-based ingredient in a soft silver-hued material that liquefies at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Galloy is sensitive to moisture, which can cause corrosion and expansion. One of the big reasons to use amalgam to begin with is because of you don't have to worry about moisture, okay? So this non-mercury alloy called galloy is sensitive to moisture. So again, you can't use it in a wet environment because it causes corrosion. Controversial issues regarding mercury. Obviously, we don't even make mercury thermometers anymore. So the controversy goes in two directions, either the potential harm to patients from mercury and the toxicity level of mercury vapors affecting us or dental personnel. The ADA, National Institute of Health Nations Administration, have agreed there is no basis for claims that amalgam is a significant health hazard. However, in our offices, what do we have in every suction line? What do you have to have in your office according to OSHA standards?
A vacuum?
An amalgam separator.
An amalgam separator, okay? So what that's doing is that's separating the amalgam from everything else, right? And that should be, cleaned out and discarded as well. The health risk for dental personnel is greater than that for a patient. The dentist and assistant who are exposed to mercury vapors daily should be aware of their toxic effects. An increase in exposure can result in tremors, kidney dysfunction, depression, and central nervous system disorders. Okay, in my office, we don't use amalgam anymore, but we're still removing fillings that are amalgam. So all the fillings that we're removing, once we start drilling them, again, those are, we're inhaling them. All right, so again, I'm gonna always go back to PPE, but that's why it's so important. What did you say? No? Okay. Amalgam is supplied by the manufacturer in sealed single-use capsules with proper ratio of alloy on one side and mercury on the other, separated by a thin membrane. They're available with 600 milligrams or 800 milligrams. 600 is for small, 800 is for larger. Okay, and the capsules have different colors on them usually. If more amalgam is required, additional capsules are triturated as needed. Trituration, right? We use a triturator, is the process by which mercury and alloy are mixed together to form the massive amalgam needed to restore the tooth. Many types of capsules require the use of an activator, which breaks the activating membrane. So what do? We push it together. You don't really need an activator. You can use your fingers usually, right? And you push it together and you put it in the triturator and triturate it for a certain amount of seconds. All right. The amalgamator is set to operate for the length of time specified in the manufacturer's instructions. The mix is placed from the capsule into an amalgam well and loaded into an amalgam carrier. Okay, apparently on the test, there is a question on the steps that you take in order to do an amalgam filling. One of the steps is using the amalgamator or triturator in order to triturate the amalgam placed in the well and put into the carrier. All right, so that's an added step that we don't need to do for composite, but we do need to do it for amalgam. The amalgam is carried to the tooth by the carrier and placed in increments into the prepared tooth. Each increment is condensed immediately with the use of an amalgam condenser. What's the purpose of condensation or condensing? Right, Maria, to pack it into the areas. Same thing as composite, right? Why do we condense anything? Because we want it to get into the nooks and crannies of the restoration that we've made. All right. Pack the amalgam tightly into all areas of the prepared cavity and aid in removing any excess mercury from the amalgam mix. With the use of a hand carving instrument, the dentist is able to carve back the amalgam material to the tooth's normal anatomy, which was removed during cavity prep. A burnisher is used to smooth the amalgam. Once most of the carving has been completed, the patient is instructed to bite down lightly on articulating paper. This allows the dentist to check how the new restoration occludes with the opposing tooth and final carvings can be made, okay? And what instrument do they use for the carving? Maria, you're on mute, so I can't hear what you're saying. I see you trying to talk, but you can take it off mute. I don't mind. I can't hear what you're saying. Does anyone know?
On the meeting, right, if she moves her mouse, she's gonna be able to see the mute button and the start video button. There you go, she's unmuted now.
Okay.
I said the Clodscoid, or you can use also the Amazon. I don't know, say the name. It's start with the H for interproximal.
Discoid cleoid?
Yes. And the other one for the interproximal, it's the endostrom.
Hollenbach.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like the Hollenbach. Sometimes it's a half Hollenbach, it depends. Okay. So the Hollenbach and the discoid cleoid are going to be used in order to carve. All right. For composite resins, they're becoming widely accepted material of choice by dentists. Liam, you have to stop, honey. Thank you. By dentists and patients. They place mainly in anterior teeth because of their aesthetic qualities. With new advances, they are increasingly being placed in posterior teeth as well. They're not as strong as amalgams or gold restoration. We know that, right? We know they're not as strong, but they do have some redeeming qualities, right? And they're still pretty strong with the way that they're making them now. Restore class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 restorations. You guys want to talk about Black's classification of cavities real quick? All right, so let me find it in your book so you can look. I just like to refer back to this because we're talking about it. I don't know. What is a class? Let me find it first. You can look. Black's classification. Page 425 in the 12th edition. What's a class 1 restoration?
Occlusal, it's the pits and fissures of occlusal teeth.
Correct. How about class 2?
Mesial and distal of molars and premolars.
Correct. Class 3?
It's
The mesial and distal, but instead of the premolars and molars, we're talking about the
Interiors.
anterior. How about a class 4? Class 4 includes it's still anterior, but it also includes the
incisal edge.
Class 5.
Or the cervical cavities.
Online.
The cervical third or gingival third of the tooth, right?
Yes,
Okay. There is a class 6.
yes.
What's class 6?
It's the tips. The tips of the
tips of the cusps or just the incisal, right? And that usually comes from what?
Grinding.
for
Grinding, right?
grinding. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to throw that in there because I'm can't imagine them not having at least one question about that on the test. Restoration of surface defects such as hypocalcification, attrition, abrasion, congenital abnormalities, closing a diastema. What's a diastema?
It's an opening.
Front teeth.
A space between the teeth. Okay. Aesthetic recontouring of teeth such as peg laterals. Okay. Can composite replace orthodontia?
No.
So some people have spaces between all of their teeth, right? Or a big space between one teeth. It's not always possible to do a composite filling to close up that gap. I just want to throw that in there. Contraindications for using composite resin when aesthetics is not an important factor. With patients who do not have daily proper oral hygiene habits, especially in the posterior area. Why?
Because it's not strong enough, and then if
And it's
they
easier to get decay,
bacteria.
right? Yeah. Okay. So it's not going to hold up the test of time if you're not taking care of your teeth. When the cost of restorative materials is a significant factor in the treatment decision. The composition of resins is a chemical mix, which includes resin matrix, inorganic filler, coupling agent, and pigments. Okay. Resin matrix is a fluid-like material called dimethacrylate, also referred to as bis-GMA. The fluid, which is the monomers used to make synthetic resin, by itself, it's not strong enough to be used as a restorative material, but by adding the fillers and the coupling agents, that allows polymerization to take place. Additional additives are in the initiator, accelerator, retarder, and ultraviolet light stabilizers. The filler is inorganic fillers like quartz, glass, silica, and colorants. These add strength and characteristics that are needed. The amount of filler, the particle size, and the type of filler is determining the strength and wear resistant of the material. Hybrids are composites that have a combination or mixed range of particle sizes. There's different types of composites. We have macro-filled composites. They contain the largest filler particles. They provide the greatest strength, but a duller, rougher surface. Now, they're self-cured and used in areas where great strength is required, such as a posterior tooth, right? Microfilled composites contain inorganic fillers are much smaller than those in macrofilled, capable of producing a highly polished, finished restoration used primarily in anterior restorations. We're seeing more and more composites going into the back of the teeth. Some dentists use a particular composite for the posterior and a different type of composite for the anterior. That will determine the strength. Some use the same. Some use a very strong composite for all of them. We are using our front teeth more than ever, right? Especially patients that have lost their back teeth. They need that strength on the front teeth as well, okay? But we do want to make sure that it's polished and pretty. Hybrid composites are the ones that are used most often today. They contain a mixed range of particle sizes. They can be polished, but they have greater strength. They have a high wear resistance and excellent shading characteristics. That's typically what we use today. When I started out in dentistry, my dentist used a different composite for the back teeth than he did for the front teeth. Now I'm finding more and more there's just some old school dentists still do use a different, but most of them are using the same one, and it's a hybrid composite that's good for both the back and the front. Flowable and sealant composites. Flowable composites supplied as either hybrid or nano-filled composite with enough filler included to make the material wear resistant. Flow is the key term when describing this type of composite. The material is designed to flow easier into the more conservative preparation. Sealant composites resemble flowable with less viscosity and allow the material to flow into the pits and fissures of the tooth surface. When do we use sealants?
For the for the kids especially.
So we use sealants on teeth that do not have decay, on permanent molars in order to protect them from getting decay, right? So typically, as the permanent molars come in a patient with mixed dentition, we seal them, right, and protect them. Because our first molars we get when we're 6, right? So we're expecting them to last from age 6 to age 100. It's a long life for a tooth, okay? Especially a tooth with so much force being placed on it every day. So we try to, you know, save that tooth from being pulled, from being decayed and having extra fillings. And we do that. We start out doing that by putting a sealant on it. Okay. Sealants are really important to little kids because they have bigger pits and fissures in their teeth. And then when we seal them, that's going to help to protect the teeth so that they are less likely to get cavities. Can they still get a cavity? Yeah. Okay. But if they don't have those deep pits and fissures, at least there's nowhere for the food to get stuck, right? They still need good oral hygiene. Coupling agent strengthens the resin by chemically bonding the filler to the resin matrix. To achieve this, the filler particles are coated with an organosilane compound. Silane portion bonds to the quartz glass and silica. Organic portion bonds to the resin matrix. That's what bonds the filler to the matrix. Pigments is another way of saying color, right? If we're doing a front tooth, we don't just want to close our eyes and pick a shade. We want to make sure that we have something that matches. Most often the color comes from inorganic substance. The difference for composite versus amalgam, the cavity prep for a composite is designed to hold the resin by means of a bonding system rather than retention added into the preparation. So again, in order to do an amalgam, that prep needs to be bigger than the cavity that you remove to hold in by retention. Specific dental materials cannot be used with composite resins. The matrix system will vary with composite resins. Placement of composite resin is accomplished by increments. Light curing is performed before additional increments are added. If something gets wet, we start all over, right? That's the downfall. Shade selection is one of the most critical aspects when working with composite resin. A shade guide is always used when determining the correct shade for application. As you continue on with your dental assisting, I'm doing this 20 years. Most of the time, I can almost eyeball it, right? I can look at a patient and be like, they're an A2. But if you do want to check, okay? The composite kit may include its own shade guide, most cross-reference with the Vita shade guide. Determine tooth shades if possible in daylight or with standardized daylight lamps and not under normal ambient lighting. You still want the correct shade for the back teeth, but it's less important, right? If I'm doing front teeth, I'm always taking out my shade guide. If I'm doing like a premolar or back teeth, most of the time I eyeball it unless it's something that's in their direct smile line. Then I want to make sure that it's exact match, right? The entire surrounding should be kept free from bright colors. Make the choice quickly. Always accept the first decision since the eyes begin to tire after 5 to 7 seconds. Composite resins are supplied in a single paste, light-proof syringe or individual units. The paste contains the photo initiator and the anime activator and will not polymerize until it is exposed to the curing light, right? It's very pliable. You can keep working with it until you cure it. The material is supplied in a kit that includes varying shades, along with an etch and bond system that works specifically for the application process of that material. The polymerization of composite resin is the process by which the resin material is changed from a pliable to a hardened state. This occurs through auto curing or light curing. Light curing uses a high intensity light source. The exact curing time depends on the manufacturer's instructions, thickness and size of the restoration, and shade of the restorative material used. It also depends on the age and strength of your curing light, okay? So each curing light should come with some sort of test with it where you place different pieces of composite into like little wells and see how long it takes to cure them. So if you're not sure, practice before. If you get a new material in your office, make sure you know, read the manufacturer's instructions on curing time, because there's nothing worse than a patient coming in with a filling that popped out that you put in, you know, days or weeks before. It's embarrassing, and, you know, it makes them lose faith in you. So it's our job when new materials come in, you know, for us to read those manufacturer's instructions and make sure we know. Finishing and polishing of composite resin is much different from the completed steps in an amalgam procedure. Because composite material goes from soft to completely hardened, the dentist is not able to carve or make adjustments with hand instruments. So the discoid cleoid, the half Hollenbeck, we don't need them in our setups, right? For composite. Finishing burrs and abrasive material are used to contour and polish a finished composite resin. Reduction of the material is by the use of a white stone or finishing diamond. Fine finishing is performed with carbide finishing burrs, then with diamond burrs. Polishing starts with medium disc and finish with super fine discs. Finishing strips assist in the polishing of the interproximal. Polishing paste applied in a rubber cup completes the step. Glass ionomer is one of the most versatile dental materials available. Because glass ionomers have the ability to adhere chemically to the teeth, the need to prepare the tooth structure is not as extensive as the preparation for amalgam or composite resin. The most unique feature of glass ionomers is the release of fluoride after the final setting. I can't imagine the test not asking something about glass ionomer and fluoride. Okay, it's going to ask some question. Is fluoride have to do with glass ionomer? Yes, glass ionomer releases fluoride. So knowing that, what is a good group of people to use glass ionomer on?
Because release the fluoride.
Kids. Yeah.
Right? So not only does it release the fluoride for the pediatric patient, but it also, since it adheres chemically, you don't need to prepare the tooth structure as much, because you don't have that much time sometimes in a little kid's mouth, right? I don't know if anybody's ever worked with pediatric patients,
No.
but you have a limited amount of time in their mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, even with their piggy nose on. Okay, so the less drilling you have to do, the better it is. Also, another thing about glass ionomer is, does it have to be completely dry to work? I mean, we try to dry it, but does it need to be completely dry like composite? It doesn't.
No?
Mm-mm. So that's why a lot of times pediatric dentists use it too. Because little kids, again, are just very juicy. Okay. So primary teeth. So indications for glass ionomer. Primary teeth because of the fluoride release and minimal cavity prep requirement. Final restorations in non-stress areas such as class 5 and root surfaces. Sealants, core material for a buildup. Provisional or long-term temporary restoration. So when I worked in pediatric, a lot of times if they couldn't, you know, get the patient numb, or, you know, again, they had very limited drilling time in the mouth, they would put this glass ionomer in as a provisional restoration just to fill up that filling so that it didn't get any deeper, or a long-term temporary filling. We use glass ionomer a lot. The composition of glass ionomer. And the term glass ionomer, the word glass actually refers to the combination of glass, ceramic particles, and a glassing matrix. From the special glass combination, the material derives its translucency and prolonged fluoride release. Ionomer refers to ion cross-linked polymers such as acrylic acid, tartaric acid, and maleic acid. The type of polymer and its molecular weight ensure excellent adhesion and resistant to acid erosion. Resin modified gives the material better strength, greater wear, and improved aesthetic. Metal reinforcement is a blend of silver with glass ionomer, provides a strong abrasion-resistant material. So there's different types of glass ionomers. We typically use something called Fuji, right? What, I don't know if Nikki's here or not, but Nikki, what do you use Fuji in the ortho office? What do you use Fuji for?
What do you mean Fuji?
So Fuji is a type of material. Have you seen it in your office?
Not by that name, Fuji.
Okay.
Don't we use Fuji for the brackets? Because when we
Usually in ortho offices comes in a little capsule that you
Okay.
I don't know if you triturate your capsule or not sometimes.
Well, we
in
don't.
our
we don't-
office, we mix it.
You mix it in
No.
a triturator, right?
Yes.
Right. And then it is struded onto the tooth.
And then
And
we
that's what you place the bracket with.
the bracket or the chain for exposure.
Correct. It's usually done with
No, we
Fuji.
don't.
You don't use
I
it?
don't. No.
Okay. You might use something. What do you bond your brackets on with?
With it's Ortho Connect. It's a type of like a
Composite?
glue.
It's
No,
Glue?
to place our braces, you mean?
Yeah, the brackets.
Yeah, we use Ortho Connect.
Let me look and see what Ortho Connect is. I'm not familiar with it, but
Is that a cement?
It's a glue. Well, in our office, like we do different types of like our doctor is super like everything up to date and everything, and everything is just different with him than other offices. Are you looking it up?
I'm looking it up.
But do you have to mix that or it comes already mixed? Do you have to use edge? Well, how do you use that?
Yeah, so how we prep our teeth is we first we prophy the teeth, then we etch, then we suction it off, then we rinse. The same steps as like we all know, right? But now we're doing something different that it's we don't even do direct bonds anymore. We're doing indirect bonds with this special material that it's like plastic like retainers kind of, and the program is called DIBS. And all the braces are placed in already in the retrain what is it called, the
On the tray?
retainers,
Uh-huh.
and yes, on like trays, and you place them like they go from the 6 or the 7 to the to the ones, and we place them side by like quadrants, and then we cure them. It's different.
So this is a one-step light cure adhesive with the same viscosity as leading materials, but with greater strength and flexibility, and without
Mhm.
the extra primer. Okay.
But is that an ionomer?
It's not saying, it's saying cement. So I don't see, the thing is that it's not going to tell me here what's in it. Adhesive, it's not saying what, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's different. We don't use the capsule and all that no more. No.
When supplied as a powder and liquid for cement, glass ionomers are manually mixed together on treated paper pad. For restorative, glass ionomers are supplied in either light protected tubes, cartridges, tubes, or pre-measured capsules. The material can be either manipulated with a spatula or placed in the applicator, or triturated and then placed in the applicator and applied to the tooth and light cured. Temporary restorative material are materials selected for a temporary restoration. It's designed to maintain and restore function and keep the patient comfortable for a limited time. What is a type of temporary restorative material that we use?
IRM.
IRM, okay. And what does IRM have in it?
Oil, zinc oil.
What? Did you say
Two
snake
things
oil?
As a oil inside.
Eugenol, right?
Yeah.
Eugenol is stink oil, Maria. Okay.
RM. Some.
Yeah.
IRM. I think we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Reduces the sensitivity and discomfort of a tooth to determine a diagnosis, maintains the function and aesthetics of a tooth until permanent restoration can be placed, protects the margins of a repaired tooth that will receive a permanent casting, and prevents shifting of adjacent or opposing teeth because of open space. If a tooth has lost a filling or has a small pit, an intermediate restorative material would be selected. If a cusp is gone or if the dentist has prepared the tooth for cast, a provisional material would be selected. IRM is a reinforced zinc oxide eugenol composition. I know it's going to ask you about ZOEs. Some question about ZOE. Eugenol has a sedative effect on the pulp. That's super important. So your stink oil has a sedative effect, okay? I don't know how old you guys are, but I know when I was a kid, some people used to smoke clove cigarettes, okay? And it smells just like that, right? It has
Yeah,
clove
dry
oil
socket
in it.
paste. Is that the same thing on dry socket paste?
Yes. Okay.
You said clove oil?
Huh?
You said clove oil? Oh,
That's what I was saying, oil, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why.
So eugenol is what people you think of as a dental office smell, like that clove. Yeah. Okay. It has a sedative effect on the pulp, and fillers are added to improve strength and durability of the material. So if a patient's in pain and they need root canal and you're sending them to a root canal specialist in order to cover the area so they don't get stuff stuck in it and minimize the pain that the patient's having, we would place a temporary material or IRM or zinc oxide eugenol into that. Who's allowed to place IRM?
Doctor.
The doctor is, of course, allowed to place IRM. Who else?
And the RDAs, like the expanded functions.
Okay. As long as it's not a permanent filling, the RDA can place. All right. Common uses of IRM include restoration of primary teeth, restorative emergencies, and caries management program. IRM is supplied in a powder and a liquid, which are mixed manually on a treated paper pad or as pre-measured capsules that are activated and then triturated. Designed to cover the major portion of a tooth or several teeth for a longer period. Acrylic resins are supplied in several ways, as a liquid powder and pre-measured tubes and auto-mixed cartridges. The material is placed in an alginate impression or a vacuum formed tray and is seated over the prepared tooth and allowed to cure. When would we use this provisional restorative material?
For prep crowns, for instance.
Okay, to make a temporary crown for the tooth. Okay, so when the patient walks in, we take an alginate impression, we put this temporary material in. Sometimes it's acrylic, sometimes it's something extruded from, you know, what looks like a caulk gun. And it's then, after the tooth is prepped, it's placed into that initial impression, back into the mouth, and creates a temporary tooth. Okay, the occlusion is adjusted and the temporary is polished and cemented in place with temporary cement. Tooth whitening material is one of the most popular and cost-effective ways of restoring the aesthetic appearance of teeth. Whitening products can be found in many everyday items such as toothpaste, fluoride, mouth rinses, and even chewing gum. The composition of whitening materials. Can you guys give me 1 second? Liam! Oh my God, I'm gonna kill my child. Bud. My dog just ate my couch. Hang on 1 second. Girl, you are on my list. Bad girl. Don't eat my couch. You have plenty of toys. Oh my God. Get a dog, they said. It'll be great. All right. All right.
You'll laugh about it later.
Will I?
That's okay.
Okay. Anyway. Most tooth whitening products are made from a peroxide-based ingredient. Peroxide-based solutions are supplied in different concentrations. Whitening products work deep within the enamel to remove staining and discoloration that have come from years of accumulated stain and aging. Reasons teeth become discolored: aging, consumption of staining substances, coffee, tea, cola, tobacco, trauma, use of tetracycline, excessive fluoride, nerve degeneration, and aging of restorations. So there's different methods of tooth whitening. Patient can choose in office or at home. Most in-office procedures use bleaching agent, carbamide peroxide, which breaks down the mouth to form hydrogen peroxide. The bleaching gel typically contains between 10 and 30 carbamide peroxide. A newer choice for in-office whitening is power or light accelerated bleaching, also referred to as laser bleaching. A power bleaching treatment typically involves isolation of soft tissue with a resin-based light cured barrier, application of a professional hydrogen peroxide whitening gel, and exposure to the light source for 6 to 15 minutes. Teeth whitening at home can be accomplished using a high concentration carbamide peroxide, which is readily available and can be much more cost effective than in office. Whitening is performed by applying a concentration of oxidizing agent to the teeth with a thin plastic tray or strip for a short period. The application ideally would be well fitted to retain the bleaching gel, ensure even and full tooth exposure to the gel. The material will stay on the teeth for about 15 to 20 minutes. Trays or strips are then removed, and the procedure is repeated over several days, or we do weeks, but. Indirect restorative materials. So an indirect restoration is one that is fabricated outside the mouth by a dental laboratory technician. Give me an example of that.
A crown.
A crown, an inlay, an onlay, a veneer. Okay. All these things are fabricated elsewhere unless you have a machine to do it in your office. They're still fabricated outside of the mouth and then placed inside the mouth. They involve a chain of procedures, including preparing the tooth, final impression, waxing a pattern, investing the pattern, casting the restoration, finishing and polishing the casting, and cementing the restoration into place. A lot of times, a laboratory outside of the office is doing all of this. Gold noble metal alloys. Gold is the purest form. However, in its purest form, it's much too soft to use in cast dental restorations. Okay. If you want to see if something is real gold, I remember for some reason someone telling me this as a kid, or seeing some sort of pirate movie where they would take the gold and bite on it. Gold is really soft. If you have like 24 karat gold, it bends. You can bend it. All right. So we don't want to use pure gold because that's not going to stand the test of time. Now she's drinking out of the toilet. I'm just done with her today. I'm going to throw her outside in about 5 seconds. The combination of gold with other metals to form an alloy provides the characteristics and hardness required of an indirect restoration. One way of describing the alloys is to discuss their noble and base metal content. So noble metals. So there's different types of crowns that you can have, okay? And inlays and onlays. If you have a PFM, that's porcelain fused to metal, you can either do high noble metal, right, which is gold, palladium, platinum. These are all strong substances, okay? Or you could do semi-precious, which is base metals, all right? Soft is a type 1 alloy. It's used for casting inlays subject to slight stress during mastication. So if you have a tooth that you haven't, so an inlay is like just a piece of the tooth that they've crafted at the lab, and it just gets placed right inside the tooth. So if it's in the tooth, where not on the cusps, but where the fissures or the pits might be, the mastication is less. All right. So you may place a soft type 1 alloy on a tooth like that. Type 2 alloy is used for practically all types of cast inlays and posterior bridge abutments. Type 3 alloy is acceptable for inlays, full crowns, three-quarter crowns, anterior or posterior bridge abutments. And then type 4 alloy is designed for crowns, bridges, and cast removable partial dentures. If you have a patient that is a grinder, I call them crunchers, and they have had crowns on teeth before and broken the porcelain off. Okay. The best suggestion for those patients is a full gold crown or a full metal crown. Okay. Because it's really hard to break. And if you're already breaking like a hard surface with just your teeth, you know, and like I said, the biting forces in the back of the mouth are really strong. So if they're biting through the porcelain on that metal, might not be the best choice for them. Okay. So they might need something like a type 4 alloy. Ceramics are compounds which are a combination of metallic and non-metallic elements. They are made of clay-like material with a glaze that has metallic components to make it durable. Ceramic can be adhered to a metal casting, creating the best of both worlds in strength and aesthetics. Again, a PFM, so porcelain fused to metal. Okay, we would not want an all porcelain crown in the back of mouth. Now, there is a new type of metal called zirconia, which is a white metal, all right, that is also being used. So it's not going to be porcelain fused to metal, it's going to be full zirconia, and it does have it's also very strong.
I have one.
You have, and it's
Yes.
very strong.
Very.
And it doesn't look metal when you try to adjust it with a burr and you see the sparks fly, the sparks fly in your head and remind you that it is a metal, okay? Combinations of ceramic metal restorations are porcelain fused to metal, porcelain bonded to metal, ceramico, or porcelain metal. Porcelain's type of ceramic most commonly used in dentistry combines strength, translucency, and the ability to match natural tooth color. It's stronger than a direct restoration, such as a resin, which are created in the mouth. Ceramic porcelain is fused to a metal backing shell, then fired and glazed to produce highly smooth surfaces that are extremely hard and similar to enamel. Why porcelain? Shading of colors matches tooth color well. It improves aesthetic appearance, the strength of metal, good insulator, low coefficient of thermal expansion. Okay. Any questions? Of course you have questions, but
That's a lot.
I know it's a lot of information. Dental materials is a ton of information. Okay. I'm doing this 20 years and sometimes I'm like, huh, what is that? All right. I mean, the best thing I can tell you is know what zinc oxide eugenol is, know that, know just inlay, onlay, like what they are, know that glass ionomer releases fluoride. I mean, it's so much information in dental materials, and especially if you don't work with them every day, it's exorbitant amount of information. So the best thing you can do is just, so the test I'm gonna open today is just gonna be on dental materials.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. I have to see if I have one or two of them. I think I have two that I can open, but the best thing to do is just kind of keep beating it into yourself. You know, it's the same thing with radiology. Okay. In your lifetime as a dental assistant, is anyone ever going to ask you what happens when you push that button outside of the door?
No.
Take the x-ray, but you need it for the test. Okay. There's no material that you're going to find that does not have manufacturer instructions or that you can't find on the internet or on how to use or a YouTube video. Okay. Like as long as you open up the package, there should be a set of directions in there. Okay. Unfortunately, in order to pass this chairside test, you do need to know some information about dental materials. And I think, like I said, most importantly, you're going to want to know about the fluoride release, when it is best to use composite or amalgam. And these are things that you should know. These are things that you should know. Okay. Like, would you use an amalgam on a class 5 restoration on tooth number 8?
No.
No. What? No. Okay. But what is that question asking you? It's asking you, do you know the class of cavities? Do you know the teeth number? Do you know what amalgam's used for? Okay. So it's asking, with that one question, you need to know a plethora of information about dental assisting and about materials. Okay. So as long as you have strong basis, I feel like, you know, the test is hard, but it's not impossible.
I'm gonna have to go over those materials, because yeah, I'm a little bit confused on those.
The ones we just did?
Yeah, like just in general, with the materials, different type of materials. And
So we've only just started touching on the different types of materials. So what I just went over was materials used for direct and indirect bonding. Okay. I mean, you're at a disadvantage because you work in ortho and you're
Yeah.
not using all of these different materials, but you still need to know them. You know, you need to know the class of cavity. You should know the classes of cavities anyway, because especially with ortho, you're dealing with patients that are coming in. If a patient has a class 5 filling, you shouldn't be putting a bracket on that tooth, because it's going to get worse. All right. So, I mean, is this, you know,
now
like I
those
said,
class of cavities, or what page is that on the book?
so I remember I said it was on page, we went
420
over them. It's on page 425.
425 and 426.
Black's classification of cavities. Speaking of ortho,
You forgot your retainer?
my teeth are, no, it's Invisalign. My teeth are a mess.
Oh.
I like to call it the COVID crunch. Maybe you've heard of it. Okay. So yes, know your classifications of cavities. I'm not saying that they're going to ask you, hey, what are the classifications of cavities? But they might be in a question. You know what I'm saying? Like, know that a class 5 cavity is on the cervical third of the tooth, is on the gingival third of the tooth. Know that. It's important, you know? So they might have a question regarding a specific type of cavity. Okay. I'm not saying they're going to be like, list all the classifications. They're not. It's a multiple choice test. All right. All right. Oh, what am I doing? So dental liners, bases, and bonding systems. So as we go through all these, you are going to notice some crossovers, and I will point them out, the crossovers, okay? Because there's some things that can be used for more than one thing in dentistry, all right? So I have a question for you guys. Do you want to do all of these and then go and take the quizzes, or do you want me to take the quizzes one at a time so you feel like you understand them?
The quizzes one at a time.
Okay.
Now, Nicole, did you get a comment that I was trying to take a test yesterday and it said that it wasn't valid?
I reposted it.
Okay.
I don't know why it was
So-
invalid. It's the same code, but go back on Google Classroom and it's reposted, and for some reason now is working. So
What about the other ones? Should they be the same thing, or should
what
they
other
be
one?
valid anyways? All the other like the tests or so, like are they still valid, or you have to update them again?
No, I
Pass
don't
it.
know why that one wasn't working, but the other
Okay.
two, everybody else got into the other two, right?
Nicole, that's what I was trying to say this morning. For me, the other two ones you posted before, they were exactly the same. I tried to do both, and the questions are the same.
Oh, the questions were the same on them?
Yeah, and I was like, I start doing and expecting for new questions. They are different order, but exactly the same. And I print out them. I printed and I saw they are the same.
Okay, they might be, because like I said, my co-teacher and I are both kind of writing.
So I would like to ask you, doesn't means to be today, but on the last day we have class next week, we can go just check the tests, make sure we have the correct tests, because for now I only did one test.
Okay, but I posted another one last week. I guess, could you not get into it either, or you didn't try?
I try it, but for me was the same.
The new
test.
one?
Today morning I saw one test new for the first time. For the
No,
other
well, so the one I posted last week. So I posted the first.
this for me was the same. That's why. Just today I saw a different test, because the other three tests for me they were showing always the same test, and I tried.
All right. Well, a lot of the questions are going to be the same on the test, because as we over the years, as we redo them, those are the questions that keep popping up on the boards. If that makes sense. So those are the questions that keep popping up on the boards, but I'll go in and look, like I'm opening up different tests, but again, we're making the test based on what our students are telling us are on the boards. So a lot of them will be similar.
But okay, for me the questions were exactly the same.
On all three that I posted?
Yeah, forget it today. I'm talking about until yesterday were the same.
Could you get on the one I posted last week?
I did. I last week, after you tell me there was another test, I went there. I tried to do it, was the same. Then on Wednesdays is my day off. I was studying. I was doing this and exactly the same test. So now I got like 98% or something, because I already know all the questions, you know.
Okay. All right. Then I will have to go through them.
Please, please,
Okay.
please.
I will.
Thank you.
All right, let's begin our quiz on dental materials. So 7 questions. Let me move you guys to the bottom. Your employer, Dr. White, is concerned about a new restorative material being marketed to dentists. It contains a material that you believe to be harmful for some patients. Where would you research the material to determine its safety for patient use?
A.
I heard A,
C.
C,
C.
C. I heard 2 C's.
B.
B, consumer side dress? Oh, D, did you say?
No, C.
C. All right, let's put C. Which term is used to describe the dental procedures that restore a patient's oral structure to health and function?
Orthodontics.
The C. C.
C is in cat.
Yeah.
I heard C, I heard B.
C.
as in
Cat.
C as in cat.
Yes.
B.
Though gold is in many ways the ideal restorative material for posterior teeth, it is rarely used. Aside from its unnatural appearance, what other characteristic limits its more widespread use?
Durability.
The cost. A.
A.
Yeah, A.
Which of the following criteria is not used by a dentist in selecting a restorative material?
D.
D.
Yeah, D.
Which of the following terms describes a material that is not toxic to the body?
C.
D as in duck.
C. C. No, C.
C.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Okay, so let's take that term and break it up. What does compatible mean?
It's compatible to you.
Nikki, what does compatible mean? If
Like-
you're compatible with someone, what does it mean?
Like at the same?
No, what is you're compatible with your spouse, right? What does that mean?
I'm compatible with my what?
With your spouse or your kids or your friends. What does that mean?
They are good
Or
together.
my- Yeah, like something that works together.
They go well together.
They go well together.
Mhm.
What does aesthetic mean?
Looks good.
Looks good. What does durable mean?
It's gonna last.
last.
What does soluble mean? We talked about salt and water.
Don't mix.
If it mixes well. So what's the question? If it's not toxic to the body, what's another way of saying that?
It's compatible.
Compatible.
Okay. So if you don't know what a word means, break it up. Look at the other answers and see if they're correct. Don't just second guess yourself. Really stop, Nikki, and look at the other answers. You knew all those other answers and what they were, and you might not have known the word biocompatible, but if you break it up, you know, bio means body, like biology, and compatible means you get along, right? So it gets along with your body. You know that word, you're just second guess it, okay?
Okay.
You just did that one.
Jesus. I wrote to them too, because this is the new online version. I wrote to them. I was like, listen, you have a lot of repeat questions. Which council of the ADA is responsible for publishing the professional product review?
B.
I have no clue.
Me neither.
Okay, me neither, but let's look at all the let's look at all the answers. Okay?
I would say that
The Seal of Approval Council. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there is no Seal of Approval Council. Like, I'm not saying nothing gets a seal of approval, but I don't think there's a council for it. Do you think there's a council for restorative materials? That's pretty specific, right?
Mhm.
So it's going to be between the first two, in my opinion.
B.
Maybe B.
We're talking about the ADA, which is the American Dental Association, right?
Mhm.
So I don't know, take an educated guess.
B.
B, just to be on the safe side.
B, as in boy?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
let's try it. Let's see. Let's see what we got incorrect. Oh, here we go again. Weren't we going through this last time too?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, actually, though, this one is right. Your employer, Dr. White, is concerned about a new restorative material being marketed to the dentist. It contains a material that you, this wasn't one of the questions, was it?
No.
Okay, well, let's read this question. It's like they give me all this new stuff and then all of it's like cockeyed. All right, so let's read the question. Your employer, Dr. White, is concerned about a new restorative material being marketed to dentists. It contains a material that you believe to be harmful for some patients. Where would you research the material to determine its safety? So in that case, you would want to go to the Council for Scientific Affairs. All right, so this is the correct answer. Why would you not look at the manufacturer's product literature?
They want you to use it.
They want you to use it, right? Their product literature is going to do nothing but tell you how great they are. Don't even think about it, dog. All right, so that's why we wouldn't use the manufacturer's product literature, although I really don't think we had that question. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Your employer, Dr. White, is concerned about a new restorative material being marketed to dentists. It contains a material. Oh, this is the same exact question.
No,
Yeah.
this is the right question. I think. Yeah, this was the. You had it.
Okay, so in that instance, we were incorrect about saying Council on Dental Materials. I would have guessed probably Scientific Affairs if it was me, only because dental materials is, again, a really specific area. And I wouldn't think that dentistry would have an entire council on just materials. It would seem to me like it would be on Scientific Affairs. So we got it down to the two. You made an educated guess. A 50-50 guess is a lot better than a 25% guess. I would have guessed Council on Scientific Affairs, but I understand why you guessed Council on Dental Materials. That's pretty specific. So remember, ADA, it has so much under it that there's not going to be a council for every single thing. Okay, so you really didn't get all these wrong. You just got one wrong. All right, let's take our amalgam quiz. What is the process called for making amalgam from alloy and mercury?
A.
A. Which of the following qualities of an ideal restorative material does amalgam not possess? Is the cost good?
Yeah.
Yes. Is it durable?
Yes.
Is it easy to use?
Yes.
Is it compatible with your body?
Yes, it would be D.
Did you say D as in dog or B as in boy? I'm sorry.
D as in dog.
Does everybody agree?
I don't know, because it is compatible with the body, unless they are have, well, if they have an allergic to alloy or.
I would say easy of use.
So we're gonna put D.
Yeah.
Let's
okay.
try it. All right, Ms. Jones' amalgam is almost complete. Which of the following steps in placement of an amalgam restoration comes last?
D. The last.
Carving the amalgam comes last.
Yes.
Agreed?
Isn't it burn? What's burnish?
I think it's burnish.
What's burnish?
What does burnish mean?
Is that like make it shiny?
Burnish means polish.
Yeah, so I think it's burnish.
It's burnish.
Yeah, because you carve it first and then you're gonna do that last, polish it.
No, use a burnish to smooth.
Yeah, so that's the last. So
No.
I don't know, she might be right.
Maria's like, no way.
No.
what are you suggesting, Maria?
The last one.
Carved?
Yeah, because we condense, then we with the burnisher, and then we go and we carve the tooth. And then finally we check the bite.
Bite.
All right,
Let's go
so
with
let's go with carved.
So we carve. While patient exposure to mercury and amalgam is widely considered safe, the potential for long-term exposure to mercury vapor by dental workers demands careful attention in handling and storage.
True. True.
True? Miss Jones' amalgam is, oh,
Again.
what the what? All right, I hate this new book. I'm gonna use, let me look at chapter, after this quiz, I'm gonna look at the other book and see if these are the same. Which of the following metals is not used in amalgam?
Gold.
See, gold.
The term spill is given to a quantity of amalgam provided in a disposable capsule.
Balls.
False. What's it called? Does anyone here use amalgam in their office?
I do.
Okay, so what does it say on it? What do you have, one spill and two spills? What does that spill refer to? What do you use the two spill for?
Really, it's when
The
you drop
ratio?
something, you drop the, when you drop like the amalgam has mercury, right? So when you drop it, something goes.
So your box of amalgam that you have, do you have one type of amalgam or two types?
Two types.
What are they called? One spill and two spill, right?
Mm. I don't
Do you
know.
use two spill for larger fillings?
Yeah, I use I go for colors, so I don't know.
Of amalgam?
Yeah, we have a capsule that is gray and another one is pink. So pink I know is are the smallest one and the gray is the biggest one.
So do you know which one? So what? Okay,
I'm sorry, I don't know what this.
that's okay. So it's, so the pink is one spill, the gray is two spills. I'll tell
Oh.
you that.
Okay.
So what does spill refer to?
So this is the quantity. Okay.
Yeah, so it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's
I have no clue.
see. So here's the thing. Amalgam's super easy to use. Biocompatibility is the best answer of the ones they gave you because it does contain mercury. And even though it's safe for most patients, mercury is still toxic. So of the answers they gave you, the best answer is biocompatibility. All right. Burnishing the amalgam hardens the surface and seals the margin. It's the last step of those lifted.
Really?
She's like, no, no, no. So again, learning in the office is sometimes a hard thing, okay? Because you're learning by watching. And not to say doctors don't switch these around, because they do, But after you carve the amalgam into the shape of the tooth, the last thing you're going to do is polish it. I wish I could send you guys this.
What is that? Is that a test?
Yeah, it's a mock test. But I don't think I can send it to you. I don't think I can send it to you. This is a great test. Well, here's what we'll do. I'm going to try to figure out a way to send it to you. If I can't, maybe at the end of class next week, we'll take this together.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, all right. Okay. For some reason, the 12th edition is better than the 13th. I don't know why. All right. The small shock that is created when two dissimilar metals touch the mouth is known as?
I can see properly. I think B, galvanic. I can
Galvanic action.
see. Yeah.
Crushing pressure that pushes a material together is applied by, read the question. Crushing pressure that pushes a material together.
D, maybe.
So which one was the stretching strength?
I would say compressive stress.
What does compress do? Compress.
It's like compression.
Compress is
compress.
compression. What does compression do? It
Adhere
Go
together.
together.
Pushes together.
it pushes together. Okay. The amalgam capsule is reassembled immediately after use to
B, prepare the capsule.
do you reuse the amalgam capsule?
No.
I can see the questions properly.
I can't make them any bigger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
it's like-
small.
They're
very
small?
Try putting your screen to full
Very-
screen, and then you can see them close, like bigger.
Me?
No. I'm telling
Oh.
Maria that she
I
press
have full screen and
full
I
screen.
can't. That's as big as it gets.
Yeah, my daughter, she broken the computer, so that's okay. Because I can see the questions properly. That's okay.
Okay, well then I'll read them to you.
Thank you.
The amalgam capsule is reassembled immediately after use to A, minimize mercury escaping into the air, B, prepare the capsule for reuse, C, save the extra amalgam for later use.
No, A.
A.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do we reuse the amalgam capsule?
No.
Oh,
Do we save amalgam?
No.
No.
So what's the only answer it could be?
Minimize mercury escaping into
So
the air.
see what I'm saying? Like really, if you guys look at the question, even if you're like, I don't know anything about amalgam,
Mm.
okay? So a lot of times you can gather the answer from what you do know, okay? The most common noble metals used for crowns and bridges are A, gold and silver, B, gold, palladium, and silver, C, gold, palladium, and platinum, or D, gold, platinum, and silver. Read the question, noble metals. One of these is not a noble metal.
oh, then it's A.
Silver is not.
Gold and silver?
No, palladium, gold, palladium, and silver.
You're saying one is not a metal, right?
No,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is one is not a noble metal. Well, let's ask you guys, which of these would you like for your engagement ring? You want a silver engagement ring?
No,
Gold.
Why?
because it would turn black.
Because it's not what?
A precious metal.
It's not a precious metal. So what's the right answer? What's the only answer without silver?
See,
What?
B.
C, gold, palladium, and platinum. Okay, silver is not a noble metal.
Okay.
All right. The most common type of ceramic used in dentistry is,
You said silver is not a noble.
it is not a noble metal. The most common type of ceramic used in dentistry is A, gold, B, plaster, C, composite, or D, porcelain.
E,
As in,
porcelain.
porcelain, okay. The gold alloy used for cast removable partial dentures is A, extra hard type 4, B, soft type 1, C, medium type 2, D, hard type 3. Cast removable partial dentures. What do we know about removable dentures? They have to be what?
Flexible, like easy. I don't know.
More than flexible, they have to be what?
durable.
And
Compatible.
Strong. Strong, hard.
strong. They need to be really strong.
All right. So it'll be D, hard type 3.
Extra hard.
Is that 4?
Extra hard type 4.
Mhm.
Amalgam is condensed to A, aid in removing excess mercury, B, break up air bubbles in the mix, C, compact the material tightly into the preparation, or D, both A and C are correct.
C.
C.
D as in doctor?
Yes.
Sorry. When working with light cured composites, the darker shade of the material, the blank the curing time will be. Longer or shorter?
Longer.
Immediately after trituration, amalgam is A, ready to be light cured, B, soft and easily shaped, C, sticky and will adhere to the tooth, or D, very strong.
B,
As in,
boy.
Soft and easily shaped. Immediately after trituration, amalgam is soft and easily shaped.
Yeah.
Am I submitting?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun. 100%. Great job. Okay. So, yes, when two dissimilar metals touch each other, that is called galvanic action. Crushing pressure pushes together, compressive strength. Okay. What is tensile strength?
The upper. Yeah.
Pulling, right? How about shear stress? The overall. Okay. And elastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Elastic is going to be the opening and closing of it. Backward and forward motion of the stress. All right, amalgam is reassembled. We talked about this to minimize mercury escaping the air. We don't reuse the capsule. We don't save the amalgam. The amalgam's going to harden. It's not going to do us any good if we save it, right? And what are we reusing the capsule for? Okay. The most common noble metals used for crowns and bridges are gold, palladium, and platinum. Silver is not a noble metal. You wouldn't want someone to give you, I mean, I'm not saying you wouldn't want silver. I like silver jewelry, but it's not, think of noble. Noble is the highest of the high, right? Platinum. Yes, I want a platinum ring. Yes, if it's a choice between silver and platinum, I will take platinum every day of the week. All right. Gold, platinum, palladium. All right. The most common type of ceramic used in dentistry is porcelain. Good job on that. The gold alloy, extra hard, type 4. Whenever we're talking about partials, we want the hardest substance, okay? It needs to hook onto the teeth. It needs to take the stress of every single bite. You're talking about a partial. It's replacing teeth. It's never going to be as strong as the teeth. We want it to be as strong as possible. All right? We're not just talking about replacing the strength of one tooth. We're talking about replacing the strength of many teeth. Amalgam is condensed to aid in removing excess mercury and compact the material tightly into the preparation. When working with light cured composites, the darker the shade, the high or longer the curing time. All right. Immediately after trituration, amalgam is soft and pliable. That's why we use it. Okay. Any questions? Yeah, I like these
Can we go
quizzes.
back to the alloy, gold alloy one? Oh, yeah, that one. It was A, right? Six.
No.
What?
The,
Oh, it was A. Yes, extra hard type 4.
Alloy use.
no, she's asking about the gold.
Yeah, gold alloy. This right here.
Yeah.
And that was in the PowerPoint, Nick.
Okay, partial. Extra hard type. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Mhm. Do we want to watch this film on mixing and transferring amalgam?
Yes,
It's 43 seconds. Let's watch it and take the quiz.
the more I can get about about all the materials, the better for me.
Amalgam capsule if indicated. Place the amalgam capsule in the amalgamator and adjust the setting for the type of amalgam being used. Close the cover on the amalgamator and begin trituration. Remove capsule, twist open, and dispense amalgam in well. Fill the small end of carrier first and transfer carrier to the operator, making sure the end of the carrier is directed toward the preparation. Continue this process until the preparation is overfilled.
Brilliant. Which of the following terms is used for mixing of mercury and alloy powder to form a mass of amalgam needed to restore a tooth? Can you guys see this, or this is small too?
No, it's good. Thank you.
Condensation?
No.
What's condensation?
Oh no, condensation is when you pack something.
I'm between A and B.
Yeah, so maybe it's the
Well.
D because A and B.
D?
Because it's trituration for sure, 100%.
A and B are both correct. The terms amalgamation and trituration are used interchangeably. Good job.
Okay.
Why is the small end of the amalgam carrier filled and transferred first? What's the first thing we need to fill in the filling? Think about when you're filling a tooth. Which parts do you need to fill up first? It's not the company.
To extend the smaller portions of the preparation first.
Okay, so think about how we use flowable with resin first to kind of flow into the, if we fill the large carrier first, is it going to be as easy to put it into the smaller areas?
No.
All right, so let's hit A. To extend the smaller portions of the prep first. Smaller, tight areas must be filled and condensed first before larger amounts are added until the prep is overfilled. Okay, so the smaller end is used first to get into the smaller areas first.
So it was right.
Smaller areas are filled, we can keep piling it in. During the carrier transfer, directing the small end of the carrier towards the prep is also known as transferring the instrument.
And the position of use.
B,
Mm-hmm.
everyone? In the position of use. During any instrument exchange, transferring while in the position of use increases efficiency and decreases movement for the operator. You always want to hand the doctor whatever end they're going to use first. Okay, that is called the position of use. Triturate the amalgam capsule according to the amount of amalgam each capsule contains. All brands require the same trituration times, true or false?
False.
The trituration time required is according to manufacturer's instructions. Okay, no two materials are exactly the same. All right. Nikki, you answered a lot of them.
Yes. Well, with my gut feeling.
That is exactly what you want to do, is go with your gut feeling. Okay. It's when you start to second guess yourself that you start to, and I see all of you doing it. You're like, well, it couldn't be that. That's too easy, or, you know, but you know this. I know you know this. I can hear that you know this. All right.
I'm sorry, we can hear my kids.
I know, they're so cute. It's fine. Who cares?
Oh my God.
Dude, my dog ate my couch. Okay, so it's all good. It's all good.
Was it too bad?
Hmm.
Did she or he bite it too bad?
You see
Oh
my
my
floor?
Oh my God.
Like, where did that cotton come from?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like that. Okay. Whatever. Luckily, I work 4 jobs, so I can just buy a new couch.
Oh my God.
All right, moving on. Chapter 40, chapter 44. Mm-mm-mm. All right, dental liners, bases, and bonding systems. A variety of supplemental dental materials can be incorporated in a restorative and aesthetic procedure for the health and well-being of the tooth that is being restored. Dental liners, bases, varnishes, and bonding systems. All right, so we have amalgam. You know, this is going to confuse you. All right, these are just telling you if it's a shallow preparation, what materials you might want to use. Okay, so for shallow preparation of amalgam, you may want to use a desensitizer, may want to use etching and bonding system. As the restorations get deeper, okay, notice there's liners and bases that you may want to use. Okay, what's a liner?
Dical.
A dical. And why do we use dical?
To protect the pulp.
To protect the pulp. Okay. As the restorations get deeper, we're getting closer to the pulp. And remember, we talked about direct and indirect pulp capping?
Yes. Last class.
Yep. Okay. So we're like I said, a lot of these cross over each other. So you should start seeing things that are familiar.
So dental liners are the dicals.
Correct. Or calcium hydroxide. So prepared tooth structure. The design of the cavity preparation provides strength within the tooth and helps determine how the tooth will hold the restoration in place. Pulpal responses to types of stimuli. So the pulp responds to physical stimuli by thermal or electrical. Remember we said if it's hot or cold, if you are in need of a root canal, let's say, if you have a very deep decay, you might feel a zing all the time. There may be a throbbing in your tooth that's keeping you awake at night. These are thermal electrical responses. Mechanical stimuli could be a handpiece, right, that the pulp is responding to, or traumatic event like cracking a tooth or being punched in the face. Chemical stimuli like acid from dental materials. What dental material is extremely acidic?
The edge.
Etch, blue etch, okay? The reason we use it is it creates a jagged surface on the structure of the tooth to help with the bonding, okay? But it's very acidic. That's why we tell the patient, don't lick this, make sure you stay open, right? We don't want that etch on the patient's tongue or gum tissue. Or biologic stimuli like bacteria from saliva. Cavity liners are a thin layer of material placed at the deepest portion of the dental prep to provide pulpal protection or dental regeneration. Protect pulpal tissue from irritation caused by physical, mechanical, chemical, and biological elements. The health and condition of the tooth being restored determine what lining agent the dentist will select. Calcium hydroxide, otherwise known as dical, is a frequently selected type of cavity liner because of its unique characteristics. It protects the pulp from chemical irritation through its sealing ability. It stimulates the production of reparative or secondary dentin and is compatible with all types of restorative materials. That's why dical is used so often. You can use it with any type of restorative material. Can you use it with amalgam? Can you use it with resin? Okay, so you can use it with anything. Can you use it with glass ionomer? All right, it can be used with any type of restorative material. Liners are supplied either as a toothpaste system or as a light cured material. The material is placed prior to placement of the restorative material with the use of a dical applicator. A dical applicator looks like this and this with a tiny ball at the end. Tiny ball, okay? Does anyone never seen a die-cal instrument?
Not really.
Okay, so let me find one for you. Hold on. All right, so you have a little handle here, and then this part, and then this right here is a tiny little ball at the end. Sorry, I can't get it any
Also
bigger.
used to seal the apicals?
Say that one more time.
Is that also used to seal the apical?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Hmm.
Have you used it for an apicoectomy?
It looks similar to an instrument to seal it.
So a die-cal instrument is about yay big. Does that help you?
No, I never seen that. No.
It's it's a tiny little instrument. Like this is the actual, probably maybe a little smaller than actual size.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a little tiny instrument. It's not like a full size. I can't imagine that they would use it because in order to get to the apex of a tooth, I would feel like they would need a longer.
A longer one, yeah.
Okay. So there may be longer ones out there. What are they doing with it?
They just sealing it with like a liquid. I'm trying to think of the name right now, and then it's not. It's like an IRM, but it's like liquid. We have to mix it together like a cement, and she just seals. We're not using the
Is it
amount.
purple?
It's white.
It's white colored, but what color are the tubes?
The tubes, it's just two white tubes, the same. Yeah.
Okay. It
And
might
we-
be a die. So there are, this is a typical die-cal instrument. I have seen longer ones once in a blue moon,
Okay.
but it could be, they could be using that. Absolutely. Okay. This material is placed only in the deepest dentin surface of the preparation, and it is not to be placed on enamel or in retentive grooves of the prep. It's only for the bottom of the prep. Okay. So you have your enamel, you have your dentin, here's your pulp. Okay, this is a pretty deep cavity. We're going to place that calcium hydroxide liner only at the very bottom of the prep right here. Only in the deepest portion. That's it. Okay. Varnish is a liquid consisting of one or more resins and an organic solvent. This material is placed within the entire preparation. Application accomplishes the following. It seals the dentinal tubules. It reduces micro leakage around a restoration, and it acts as a barrier to protect the tooth from highly acidic cements such as zinc phosphate. So that's a varnish. We're going to see where that goes in a second. It's applied with a small disposable applicator or a cotton pellet held in sterile cotton pliers. So you're going to use either a micro brush to apply it or a cotton pellet with a pair of cotton pliers. It's important to note that when a liner is placed, the varnish will be placed after the liner is applied. So liner goes first. If you're going to do a liner, you always want the liner at the bottom. Okay. Because dental varnish interferes with bonding and setting reaction of composite resin and glass ionomer, the use of varnish is contraindicated with these materials. So what is the only material we're going to use a varnish with? If it's contraindicated with glass ionomer and composite resin, what is the only thing left?
Amalgam.
Amalgam. Okay, so varnish is going to be used with amalgam because it interferes with the bonding. If it interferes with the bonding, we can't use it with glass ionomer or composite. Okay, so here's our liner. Here's our varnish. Okay, in an amalgam restoration. What is fluoride varnish? I'm sure you guys all come in contact with this. We use it now instead of trays, right? When you, I don't know how old you guys are, but when I was a kid, they used to make me sit with fluoride trays in my mouth for what seemed like hours at the dentist, right? After you got your cleaning. Okay, now we're using something called fluoride varnish, right? And RDAs, or the dental assistants, are allowed to paint them on the teeth of the patients who have just gotten their cleanings. This gel-like substance is designed to release fluoride on enamel, root structure, and dentin structure. Specific indications include professional topical fluoride application, treatment of hypersensitive cervical areas, orthodontic patients, cavity varnish, and dentin sealant. Okay? So this fluoride varnish is the same thing that we're painting on the patient's teeth as their fluoride, right? It comes in a little container with a brush and a little pot of sticky fluoride, right? What is desensitizer? Look at the word. What does it do?
Sensitivity.
Desensitizes.
Controls the sensitivity, right? It desensitizes the tooth. It's used to treat or prevent hypersensitivity that a patient may experience from a newly placed direct or indirect restoration. It's also referred to as primer. Okay, you guys may use something called prime and bond. I don't know if you do, but if you do, that means that the primer has already been placed in the bond. Okay, it's called prime and bond. It used to be separated. You would have to put on the primer or the desensitizer and then the bond. The material is designed to seal the dentinal tubules. No surface layer of the prep is prepared when a desensitizer is used. This makes the material ideal for use under all indirect restorations. What's an indirect restoration?
It's
When
a
it's made in the lab,
Right, so it's going to be, an example would be
inlay.
Inlay.
inlay, onlay, crown, okay? Most desensitizers contain hydroxyethyl methacrylate, or HEMA, and glutaldehyde. That should look familiar too. Very small traces of glutaldehyde, okay? Not like you're putting,
Not a lot.
not a lot, no. This material is used sparingly. It does not allow the material to contact, or do not allow the material to contact soft tissue. Okay, because of those contraindications of the glutaldehyde. All right.
I just didn't understand one thing. So the desensitizer is ideal for when we when we place indirect restorations.
It can be used under indirect restorations. It makes it ideal to use under indirect restorations. Okay, because the layer, no surface layer is prepared when it's used. So you can use it. It doesn't necessarily need to like prepare it and then use it. Like you can use it at any time, is what it's saying. Dental base. Okay, dental base is different than a dental liner. When a tooth preparation becomes moderately deep or deep, the dentist will place a base under the permanent restoration. A base is an additional layer to protect the pulp. Bases provide different types of pulpal protection. Protective, or protect the pulp from a large restoration. Insulating, or protect the tooth from thermal shock. And sedative, or soothe the pulp that has been damaged by decay or irritated by mechanical means. So we will get to it down here, but you have the liner that goes in first, right? And the liner's only going to go on the deepest portion of the restoration. Types of base materials include zinc oxide eugenol. Where have we seen that before?
The intermediate restorations.
IRM, right? IRM stands for what? Intermediate restorative material, right?
Mhm.
Could be selected for use as an insulating base and as a sedative base. Because again, it has that eugenol, which is a sedative material. That's why we use it for temporary fillings, right? It cannot be used under composite resins, glass ionomers, or other resin restorations. So what's the only thing ZOE can be used as a base material? If you're using ZOE as a base material, it can only be used on a,
Amalgam.
right, on an amalgam restoration, okay? Zinc phosphate is an excellent material because of its thermal insulation qualities, and polycarboxylate is non-irritating to the pulp. So these are all types of base materials.
We
The
can
base,
go up to the last one, please.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, honey. The base material resembles a putty-like consistency because it actually provides a buffer or layer between the pulp and the restoration. The entire pulpal floor is covered with a base to a thickness of 1 to 2 millimeters. Okay, so again, you have your calcium hydroxide liner or your dical down here. This is where a base would go. 1 to 2 millimeters thick to cover the base of the cavity. So the calcium hydroxide liner covers the deepest part of the restoration. The base covers the base of the cavity. Dental etchant. In preparation for the use of a bonding material, the tooth surface will need to be etched with an acidic tooth conditioner. When you rinse and dry an etched surface, it will have a distinct frosted appearance. The use of etchant is critical for both enamel and dentin surfaces of a cavity preparation to form a better mechanical bond between the tooth and the permanent restorative material. Again, that roughs up the surface so that you can put the bond on, okay? The etchant material is supplied either as a liquid or gel, with the gel being packed in a syringe type applicator. Syringe dispensing through a pre-bent dispenser needle provides precise placement of the material on the tooth. 15 to 20 seconds is the most common recommended time. Dental bonding. So after we etch, we
Bond.
the process of solid and or liquid contact of one material with another at a single margin. Retaining properties of bonding system has been improved by the creation of micromechanical retention between the tooth structure and the restoration. A major factor in the success of bonding to dentin is the removal of the smear layer. What removes the smear layer?
The etch.
Okay, which is a very thin layer of debris composed of fluids and tooth components that remain on dentin after a cavity preparation has been completed. A slight amount of moisture must be maintained on the dentin so as not to desiccate or dry out the tooth. Before dentin bonding, the smear layer must be removed through application of etchant and the tubules opened. We need those tubules opened to receive the bond so that the tooth can stick to the restoration, right? So again, we have this calcium hydroxide liner that goes in only the deepest portion of the restoration. We have the cement base, which goes along the base of the cavity prep. And then we put on our etch, we wash off our etch, and we have our dental bonding. Examples of enamel bonding include sealants, bonding of ortho brackets, resin bonded bridges, and resin bonded veneers. When sealant, resin cement, or restorative material is placed on an etched surface, it flows in and around the enamel tags. Again, that etch is creating a porous surface, right? Or a surface that has, think about little like jagged edges, like minute, you can't even see them, but it's creating an uneven surface for the bond to stick to. The material hardens in this location to form a strong mechanical bond with enamel. Bonding applications are available as self-curing, dual-cured, and light-cured systems. Some systems use a single application, whereas others require the mixing of two liquids. Each bonding system is different, and the material from one system is not interchangeable with that of another. It is essential that the manufacturer's instructions be followed exactly with each product. The tooth surface receives the etchant material, which removes the smear layer. The bonding component is allowed to flow into these small defects and into the partially open tubules in dentin. The material is allowed to either harden and act as a hybrid layer or remain in a liquid state while the restoration is being placed to bond together the tooth and the dental material. Do you have any questions about that?
I have a question, but it's not about that. It's about the slide number 27. I'm a little bit confused with something that you said,
Okay.
but I was waiting.
No, go ahead.
So you said, so like I can see on the picture, I can place first a liner, then I go for a base, and then you say denting bonding. But the dental bases are incompatible with composites, right? So I'm confused with that. What dental basis is compatible with the composite?
The only one that's not compatible is ZOE.
Oh, okay. So
Hold on, let me get back there. Zinc oxide eugenol cannot be used under composite resins. However, zinc phosphate and polycarboxylate can.
okay.
Okay. So it's only that ZOE. The other ones can be used as base materials under the composites or glass ionomers.
And
Okay.
COE is Fuji. That's what you said, right?
No, ZOE is IRM.
Okay.
Glass ionomer is Fuji.
So what I understood, it's IRM or Zoe and varnisher. They are
Can only be used with
incompatible.
amalgam. That's correct.
Exactly. So they are incompatible with composite and also incompatible with the
With glass ionomer. Correct.
Okay. That's why I was trying to
No.
understand.
I want you to ask these questions. Thank you, Maria. I'm sure other people have the questions. Don't feel bad about asking them. It's easier like for you to ask them now while all this is up.
Okay.
Okay. Remove any plaque or debris before beginning the bonding process. We know that, right? So we rinse off the tooth. Avoid over drying the teeth. Note that too much bonding material is better than too little. So a lot of the bonding materials, we use like something like a lollipop where you like crush the bottom, crush the middle. So it says put on for 30 seconds. That means, all right, then you use your air water syringe to spread it and then you light cure it. That's how ours works. I'm not saying that's how every single bond works, but that's the one we use works. Okay. Ensure that the bonding solution covers all the surfaces. When we spray that light film of air after we place it, that's spreading it out for us. Okay. Avoid any contamination with saliva, blood, or debris, which will require the entire procedure to be redone. Allow as much time as possible for the bond to mature before completing the restoration. All right, so if it gets wet during this area of the procedure, it needs to be re-etched and rebonded. I want you to remember the calcium hydroxide is already cured. The base is already cured or set, so they don't need to be redone.
Just
Okay. The etch and the bond. That's the part that you need to worry about, that area being super dry. Or if it gets wet, that's what you need to redo. The others have already been cured and they're in there and they're acting as their base. Okay. Okay. I know you have questions. Let's take our little quiz and see if we can answer some of those questions. All right. Our little quiz. So funny. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whew. I can see my own breath here. It's so cold. Okay, let's see. I'll go to resources, student resources. Chapter 44. Practice quiz. Okay. A type of base placed to soothe pulp that has been irritated by decay, injury, or trauma from a cavity preparation is A, insulating, B, intermediate, C, sedative, or D, temporary. A type of base placed to soothe pulp that has been irritated.
D,
As in
Charles.
C, sedative. Yes, I'm seeing some nodding.
the
C as in yes, S-I. Just kidding. So my entire radiology class speaks Spanish. So they're always speaking Spanish to each other. And I finally turned around. I was like, you guys, I speak Spanish. And they're like, and I was like,
for myself, who is confused on this question, it's because say the type of base. If we
correct.
say the type of liner, I'll go directly to sedative, but he's saying base, so makes me think like, what they mean base?
Right. So do you want to change your answer?
No, keep it, then we'll see.
Good. That's a good looking at that though. Okay. That's what I want you to do. All right. To prepare a tooth surface, I'm losing my voice. For adhesion of material to tooth structure, the dentist may select blank for the tooth preparation. So adhesion, A, calcium hydroxide, B, cavity varnish,
C.
C, a conditioner or etchant, or D, a bonding agent.
An adhesive, conditioner, etchant.
I would say D,
D.
As in,
dog.
Oh yeah, D.
3, what is used to mix the calcium hydroxide cavity liner?
D.
D.
As in doctor?
Yes. No. Yeah.
Cavity varnish is placed blank the liner or insulating base. Let's talk about it again. What's our first layer? If we have a very deep cavity, it's going to be our
Liner.
liner. Our second layer is going to be our
Varnish
Varnish.
or base. Like
base. Base is the B layer. Maybe that'll help. Then we're gonna, if we're doing an amalgam restoration, we're gonna place our varnish. So is it placed over or under the liner or insulating base?
Under.
Over.
Over.
The
Because
big, first off, the fact that the word liner is here, we know that the liner always gets placed what?
Over.
First. The
Under.
liner always
Oh,
gets placed
under.
first. Nikki. Come here.
Okay.
Listen. Picture the tooth. We prep the cavity. Okay. In the deepest part, we put what?
The liner.
The liner.
The
Does
liner.
anything go under that liner?
No.
No.
Over the liner, we place, if we're going to, a
Base.
base. And then over that, we'll place the,
Cavity varnish.
if we need it, the cavity varnish. So the cavity varnish is placed over or under the liner or base?
Over.
Over, okay? Never
That's-
under. We
I
don't
think
wanna-
I could remember it by saying like that could never go under, because if we remember that the
Just remember the
liner is
picture of
always
that
below.
tooth, like the layers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these questions are set up to confuse you, so you really have to read them. What can be used under all types of restorative materials?
what can be used under? Oh,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Decal. Dical.
Which is otherwise known as?
Lime
I know it. Calcium
hydroxide.
hydroxide.
It's right here.
Calcium hydroxide. There you go.
Mhm. Before dentin bonding, the smear layer must be desiccated, etched, removed, or sealed.
Etched.
the smiler needs be. The smiler needs to be removed and is removed with etch,
We remove it with etch,
but needs to be
but
removed.
it needs to be removed.
Uh,
Yes, it needs to be etched, but why does it need to be etched? Because we need to remove it. So the smear layer must be removed. We remove it with the etch, okay? Bonding system materials can be interchangeable, consist of a liquid and a paste, must be used according to manufacturer's instructions, or both B and C. Well, let's talk about it. If there's two systems, are they interchangeable? If there's two different liquids, can you use one liquid from one manufacturer and another liquid from another manufacturer?
No.
no.
So is A correct?
No.
So let's knock that out of the equation. Does it consist of a liquid and a paste?
Yes.
Well,
And must it be used according to manufacturer's instructions?
yes.
B.
D. So it's D.
So it's D.
I never saw bondings in the paste. That's why.
So
Yeah,
what-
I was a little shaky about
So
that.
what
I
do you
think
think the right answer is?
For me, it's C.
C. I would say C as well, because I've never heard like paste.
What substance can be used as an acid etchant?
It's B. Phosphoric acid.
B, phosphoric acid?
Yeah.
Some types of pulpal stimuli include.
Wait, I have a question on the one right before, Nicole.
Mhm.
It can't be a. Well, I don't know. Maybe Maria's right, but it's saying an acid etchant. So would it be? I don't think it would be phosphoric. I would say It's D.
Do you use blue etch in your office?
Yes, that's phosphoric.
So what's the name of it?
Mm.
So
Phosphoric?
your homework, Nikki, is next time you go to work, I want you to look at the actual packaging. Like when you look at the etch, I want you to see what it says on it.
Phosphoric? Okay.
All right. Some types of pulpal stimuli include physical, mechanical, chemical, or biological, or D, all of the above.
All the above.
All of the above.
That's what was on the slide.
In all states, it is legal for the expanded function dental assistant to apply etchant and place bonding material.
No, it's false.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. If I muted you, Maria, I didn't mean to. False. Okay. Are we ready to submit?
Yes.
%. Let's see what we got wrong. The type of base used to soothe pulp is sedative. Okay, so your first guess was your right one. To prepare a tooth surface for adhesion of material, the dentist may select blank for the tooth preparation. What needs to happen before we put the bonding agent on?
Etch.
Okay, so to prepare a tooth surface for adhesion, so we're preparing the surface for adhesion, right? So to prepare that tooth surface so that we can put bond on it, we need to use etch, right? What substance can be used as an acid etchant?
It was both A and B.
Both A and B. Either one of them can be used as an acid etchant. Let me see what the name brand of malic acid is. Then Liam, go get yourself something to eat, bud. Typically what we use for etching is phosphoric acid, but malic acid can be used too. Okay, but that blue etch is phosphoric acid. All right, so those are the only two you guys got wrong.
What color is the maleic?
I believe it's clear. I've never actually used it, but it can be used. It's more of I believe it's found in fruit. Colorless crystalline organic compound used to make other compounds, other chemicals. It's the main acid found in fruits, including apricots, blackberries, blueberries. Let me look it up in our book. I don't see it in here.
Ay, hace frío.
Fine dental varnish. Calcium hydroxide. It doesn't say in here. It doesn't say. I'm gonna have to do a little research on that. I feel like maleic acid was in one of our, was in the first, what you call it that we went over? For chapter 43, wasn't it? For dental materials?
Maleic acid.
Well, I would say if it's asking for one, it would be phosphoric acid, because I know that's blue etch. But I guess if this question is in there, you would have to say both. I've never used anything but blue etch. So etching is defined as the process of cutting into a surface with the use of an acid product. So I guess since maleic acid is an acid product, it could technically be used. The one that is most commonly used is phosphoric acid. All right. Okay. You know, I'm going to ask you the same question I ask you every week. Do you guys want a full break? Or because we're at the end of this chapter, so before we move on to the next chapter, do you guys want a 15-minute break or a half-hour break? You're all on mute, so I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
50 minutes?
Is 15 okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll meet you back here at 5 after 12. Okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm not going to pause it this time because I forgot to unpause it last time. So our Zoom meeting is only the first time. Last time, I'm totally sorry, but I won't pause it this time. I'll just mute myself.
Okay.
Nicole, can you hear me? This is Natalia. How are you? Keep eating. Don't worry. Please, it's lunchtime. So I have a question for you. I'm only going to be able to be in the class until 1 o'clock. Will I be able to see it somehow? Are you recording it or?
This
Yeah.
is all being recorded, and I posted it on our Google Classroom.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good.
Every Zoom meeting is posted there.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'll, just so you know, I'll be by 1 o'clock.
Okay. No problem.
All right, thank you. I will, I'll catch up with the lesson later. It is freezing. Oh my God.
It's freezing.
It is cold.
Liam, I'm not going to tell you again, okay? Okay. Sit. Sit. Good girl. Don't eat my couch. All right. All right, moving on to dental cements. Permanent cement is used for the long-term cementation of cast restorations, such as inlays, crowns, bridges, veneers, and orthodontic appliances. Once prepared in the laboratory, cast restorations are delivered to the dentist for the cementation appointment. A luting agent must have qualities that do not interfere with a proper fit. So this is a gold crown that's ready to be cemented. This is an onlay, right? Or it might be a crown that has a veneer front to it. But it looks to me like an onlay. Okay, and this crown is going to be cemented onto this tooth prep right here. All right. Temporary cementation of an indirect restoration may be considered if the dentist needs to remove the restoration at a later date. The tooth is sensitive or is exhibiting other symptoms that may require removal of the cast restoration, such as what? So if you're going to put a crown on a patient and the patient's like, hey, I've had sensitivity the entire time, why would you want it? There's two reasons why you would want to use a temporary cement.
Because if you need
Let's say the tooth was vital.
the patient needs to come back, so it's easy to remove a
If
temporary.
the patient needs a root canal, right, after that, then it's easy to get the crown off. And then if you use permanent cement, what do you need to do?
Chop it out or
Drill through the crown, right?
round, yeah.
Yeah, with a chance of the crown breaking and having to be redone. Another thing is, what is in temporary cement?
Desensitizer.
Not desensitizer, but it's
IRM.
sedative, eugenol, right? Most temporary cements have eugenol in it, which is going to be a sedative material. So if the tooth has been acting up, that sedative material may help the tooth calm down too. Temporary cementation of provisional coverage is required while the patient waits until the laboratory technician completes the cast restoration. Also, if you happen to be in your office, or What is the only thing a dental assistant, an RDA, can put a restoration in with?
Temporary cement.
Temporary cement.
Okay, they're not allowed to use permanent. A number of factors can influence the actual cementation of eluting cement. Cementing errors can be the result of improper mixing technique and time, humidity, incorrect temperature of the glass slab, and something that's not on here, but expiration. All right. Mixing time, follow manufacturer's directions regarding a material's exact mixing time, working time, and delivery time. Any delay between completion of the mix and seating of the cast restoration will result in the initial setting process, which could cause the casting not to seat properly. If you are mixing temporary cement, it happens to mix very quickly, and you don't get it in the patient's mouth in time. It could set up making the crown high, because if it doesn't seat properly, it's not going to be a proper fit. Okay. Guidelines for mixing dental cement. Before mixing, always follow manufacturer's instructions. They keep saying this on everything, but it really does need to be like beat into everybody, like follow manufacturer's instructions. Determine the use of the cement, then measure out the powder and liquid according to manufacturer's instructions. Place the powder and liquid onto a glass slab, divide the powder into increments, incorporate each increment into the liquid, then mix thoroughly. Mixing time per increment will vary according to the type of material and its use. Premature exposure to warm temperatures or humidity can result in a loss of water from liquid or addition of moisture to the powder. Always dispense the powder first, then the liquid to minimize the loss of water from evaporation. Wait until it is time to mix the material before placing it on the pad. Do not set it out at the beginning of the procedure. Okay. Yeah. Incorporating too much or too little powder will alter the consistency of the cement. Fluff the powder in the bottle before dispensing it. Always hold the bottle or vial upright to ensure drops of consistent size when dispensing the liquid. Specific types of material will have a chemical reaction during the setting stage. Zinc phosphate cements generate heat, an exothermic reaction. It may be beneficial to cool a glass slab in the refrigerator before mixing the cement. I usually just run mine under cold water and then dry it. It's usually freezing in my office anyway, so that's not really an issue for us. Make sure to thoroughly wipe the slab dry before dispensing the material so as not to incorporate any moisture condensation into the material. So the different types of cement, selection of cement for a specific procedure requires knowledge of the chemical and physical properties of each particular type of cement. So we have, again, glass ionomer. We've seen not only in cements, but we've seen them in restorations as well, right? It's a crossover. Composite resin cement, zinc oxide eugenol cement, polycarboxylate cement, and zinc phosphate cement. Okay, we've seen a lot of these in crossover. Glass ionomer cement is one of the most versatile types of cement used in dentistry. It's a hybrid of silicate and polycarboxylate cements. It adheres to enamel, dentin, and metallic materials, which makes it a really good cement. Okay, it's not used any differently than it's used as a filler, except for the fact that if you're hand mixing it, you want to make it a lighter consistency, and you obviously need to use less of it to cement than you do to as a restorative material. Okay, and what's something we know about glass ionomer? What does it release?
Realize the fluoride.
It releases fluoride. I'm going to keep saying that to you, okay? It's supplied in special formulations according to their use. So type 1 is for the cementation of metal restorations and direct bonded orthodontic brackets. Type 2 is designed for restoring areas of erosion near the gingiva. And type 3 is used as a liner and dentin bonding agent. Okay, so there's different types of glass ionomer. They are all still glass ionomer. They're all still fluoride releasing. The advantage is, again, a slow release of fluoride from this powder aids in inhibiting recurrent decay. It causes less trauma or shock to the pulp than is caused by many other types of cement. It has a low solubility in the mouth. What does that mean again? The mouth is not going to be able to break it down, right? It adheres to a slightly moist tooth surface. So again, we talked about this with glass ionomer. It can be used in an area that is not soaking wet like amalgam, but moist, okay? It has very thin film thickness, which is excellent for ease of sitting a casting, and it can be formulated for use as a dentin substitute or base material, right? Liquid is a polyacrylic acid, copolymer, and water. The powder is calcium fluoroluminescent glass with barium glass in it, hence the glass ionomer, or the glass in the glass ionomer. It's available as a self-curing or light-cured formula. It's supplied in bottles of powder and liquid, which can be mixed manually on a paper pad or a cool dry glass slab. It's also supplied as pre-measured capsules that are triturated and expressed through a dispenser. Did she go to the bathroom, honey? Both? Just what? Sorry. This is what the pre-measured capsules look like. So you mix it the same way you would mix amalgam in a triturator. And you take it off, you put it in one of these silver dispensers, and it comes out this tip, all right? A newer classification of cement material designed for, composite resin cement is a newer classification of cement material designed for cementation of ceramic or porcelain inlays, onlays, crowns, and bridges, cementation of ceramic veneers, direct bonding of orthodontic brackets, and cementation of metal-based crowns and bridges. All right, that's composite resin cement. I believe there's a composite resin cement called Reliex. I don't know if you guys have ever used that. The chemical makeup is of composite resin cement. These cements have physical properties comparable with those of composite resins, including thin film thickness, virtual insolubility in the mouth. The tooth must be free of all plaque and debris and must be prepared by etching or treatment with a bonding system before cementation. Okay. A lot of times we use this resin cement for cementing veneers. Okay. It's supplied as a powder and liquid mix in a syringe type applicator as a base and catalyst, or in a versatile light cured, dual cured system. Recommended portions of either application are dispensed onto a paper pad and mixed rapidly with a spatula. This is what it looks like. A couple of the things it looks like. Okay. Zinc oxide eugenol cement. Eugenol has a soothing effect on the pulp and is often used on patients when post-op sensitivity can be a concern. So type 1 lacks strength and long-term durability and is used for temporary cementation or provisional coverage. Okay, that is our IRM. Type 2 has reinforcing agents added for the permanent cementation of cast restorations or appliances. So you can have a permanent ZOE cement, which is not IRM, but it has that eugenol in it, okay? Type 1 is a paste supplied as a two-paste system as temporary cement. Temp bond, I believe, okay, is zinc oxide eugenol cement, temporary. Paste dispensed in equal lengths on a paper pad and mixed. Type 2 is liquid powder. It's mixed on an oil-resistant paper pad. Mix time of 30 to 60 seconds. Setting time in the mouth of 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, here we have temp bond, accelerator, and base. They are mixed until they are homogeneous. Does everyone know what homogeneous means?
The same, the
Same both, yeah. And this is ZOE 2200. This is the type 2 cement. It's mixed on an oil-free paper pad. Okay. What does it mean if something's mixed to luting consistency? What is
Can you
luting?
repeat the question?
What is luting consistency? If you mix something to luting consistency, what does that mean? It means after you mix it, if you take your spatula and lift it, that combination of materials should lift up with the spatula 1 to 2 inches. That's called luting consistency. Okay. See if I can find it in your book.
That's why the doctor says don't make too thicky, right?
Don't make too what? Sticky?
Yeah,
He said don't make it too sticky?
no, too thicky, like
Too tacky?
Egg.
Too thick. I'm sorry. I'm like, what?
thank you.
750, 751. That just tells about a luting agent. Okay. But just so you know, luting consistency is when you pick up the spatula, the material should come up with the spatula. You should be able to see it stretch, okay? Chemical makeup of zinc oxide eugenol cement. The liquid is eugenol water, acid zinc acetate, and calcium chloride. Powder is zinc oxide, magnesium oxide, and silica. ZOE is one of the least irritating of all dental cements. The eugenol can have a strong odor and may be offensive to some patients. Like I said, it smells like a clove cigarette. It has clove oil in it. All right, so again, ZOE is mixed on an oil-resistant paper pad that will not absorb any of the liquid. Take care when using a eugenol product because of its irritating qualities of the oral mucosa. Try not to allow the liquid to come into direct contact with the tissue. So while it does act as a sedative agent to the pulp, it acts as an irritant to the gum tissue, okay? When a slower set is required, a glass slab can be used. The thickness of the mix is determined by the powder to liquid ratio, as recommended by the manufacturer. Polycarboxylate cement. This cement generally has been used as a permanent cement for cast restorations, stainless steel crowns, and orthodontic bands. It also maintains its versatility as a non-irritating base under composite and amalgam restorations and as an intermediate restoration. Again, we looked at this as we can use this as a base as well as a cement. Okay, we saw this in our base category. Chemical makeup of polycarboxylate cement is polyacrylic acid, itaconic acid, maleic acid, which we talked about earlier too, tartaric acid, and water. Powder includes zinc oxide, magnesium oxide, aluminum oxide, and other reinforcing fillers. Polycarboxylate cement is less irritating to the pulp than zinc phosphate, and the pulpal reaction is similar to that of ZOE cement. Okay. So polycarboxylate can or cannot be used as a base under all restorations.
Yes.
It can.
The only one cannot be used is the luting cement, right?
The only one that cannot be used is the zinc oxide eugenol.
Yeah.
Parenting is the worst. Okay. I'm so sorry. Polycarboxylate cement is available in a powder and liquid form. Liquid may be measured using the plastic squeeze bottle or calibrated syringe type liquid. The liquid has a limited shelf life because it will thicken as the water evaporates. Mixing is carried out in a non-absorbent paper pad. If it's necessary to increase the working time, a cool dry glass top can be used. Okay. Duralon is a good example of a polycarboxylate cement. If a patient with a temporary is having problems keeping that temporary in, a lot of times Duralon I'll use as like an intermediate cement. It's a little bit stronger than Temp Bond, but it's not quite a permanent. It was always used as a permanent cement, but you can still get this off. It's harder, but you can get it off. Okay. And this gets hand mixed. It has the same effect as the zinc oxide eugenol, or a similar effect to the pulp, which is good. And you mix it to a luting consistency, meaning after you mix it, you should be able to lift it up about 1 inch. Zinc phosphate cement is classified again as 2 types. Dishwasher, please. Type 1 is a fine grain used for permanent cementation of cast restorations. It creates a very thin film layer, which is necessary for accurate cementing of casting. Type 2 is a medium grain. It's recommended for an insulating base for deep cavity preps. So again, we're seeing a crossover between cements and bases, okay? We've seen that with a lot of them, right? We've seen it with the zinc oxide eugenol, we've seen it with the zinc phosphate, and we've seen it with the polycarboxylate. These are all crossovers, all right? Flex is an example of zinc phosphate, type 1 cement. The chemical makeup is phosphoric acid and water, and the powder is zinc oxide and magnesium oxide. You notice a lot of powders are very similar. Very similar does not mean exact. Do not try to mix these up, okay? If you're out of one, you're out of it. Even if you're just out of the powder, but you still have liquid, you're out of it, okay? Don't try to mix them. The phosphoric acid can be irritating to the pulp. Where else do we see phosphoric acid? In what? In blue.
Etch.
Yeah, okay. Blue etch is phosphoric acid. So this has the same composition or the same makeup in here is phosphoric acid, okay? It can be irritating to the pulp.
So
A liner, sealer, or desensitizer should be placed first to reduce sensitivity to the phosphoric acid. So do you think this is something that we use a lot? Not so much, right? Because it has that, you need to put a sealer or desensitizer on before. The powder is divided into increments, with each increment spatulated before the next increment is added. It is critical that the powder be added to the liquid in very small increments. This method dissipates the heat of the chemical action and retards the setting of the cement. Okay, so this needs to be mixed in a very specific way. Once the dentist has completed the cementation procedure of an indirect restoration, the patient is asked to bite down for a few minutes on a cotton roll for the initial setting process. Excess cement is removed from around the margins, interproximal, and adjacent areas covered with excess cement. If it is not removed from around the gingival margin and sulcus of the tooth, the cement could irritate the area and cause inflammation and discomfort. Same thing with your temporary restorations, okay? It can cause irritation. When you make your temporary crowns, once you guys become RDAs and you start making your temporary crowns, when you put them in with temporary cement, you still need to clean off that temporary cement. If you don't, it will become aggravating. I don't know what is all over this, but anyway, you can, ugh, looks like they're
A lot.
scared, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, makes me want to vomit. Anyway, after this sets up, we want to clean off all this cement and really clean off this entire crown. I have no idea what's happening here, but all this needs to be cleaned off, okay? What type of restoration is this? Just looking at it. You're not going to have pictures on your test. I'm just asking.
Yeah, indirect restoration is a goal.
It is indirect. What type of indirect restoration would you say it is, judging by what we're looking at?
A bridge, maybe a gold crown. This is a gold crown.
So what do we see at the bottom of it, though? What is this? Tooth, right? So is it a full gold crown?
No, maybe this is a
No.
onlay.
An onlay, right? Okay. Good. Any questions?
Yes. So you said the zinc phosphate, the ZO, and the polycarbonate, they are both, they can be both cement and base, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And as we know, the zinc oxide eugenol can also be a sedative temporary material, restorative material, right? As in IRM. Okay. So a lot of these are crossovers. So it seems like there's 1,000 things that you need to remember, but a lot of them are crossovers. So if you remember it for one, you're going to know what it is for the others. Okay. All right. Let's see what we know.
Also, one more question,
Yes,
please.
go ahead.
The calcium hydroxide
Yes.
release the secondary dentin, right?
Yes. It
And
helps to rebuild dentin.
and when you use the lutting cement, it's for
Yes.
release the fluoride, right? Release the fluoride.
Luting cement does not release fluoride unless it's what type?
What type? Like I
What is the only type of material that releases fluoride?
guess,
It's
Fuji.
a Zoe-like material.
No, it's
Glass ionomer.
Glass ionomer, sorry.
That's
Yeah.
what I want to say. Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's what I want to say, glass.
Glass ionomer releases fluoride.
Yeah.
All right.
And calcium hydroxide release secondary dentin.
Dentin, correct.
That's why we use on the first step of root canal.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that second one that she said?
Oh, she was saying that's why you sometimes use it on the first step of root canal.
No, what releases I
The
forgot what she said.
glass ionomer release the fluoride.
Glass ionomer
Yeah.
releases fluoride. Calcium
I got
hydroxide, otherwise known as dical, releases secondary dentin. That's why we place it in that deep area of restoration.
Secondary what?
Dentin.
Dentin. Okay.
When ready for use, properly mixed polycarboxylate cement should appear what?
What's the last word? Clingy?
Stringy.
Stringy. Oh.
Stringy.
Stringy?
No.
No?
I don't know.
Zinc phosphate cement designed for the accurate seating of precision casting is what type? First of all, how many types are there?
I think 3.
I think 2. All right, so even if you think there's 3, we can knock out type 4, right? It goes from least to greatest typically, right? So if we're talking about precision castings, we're talking about final restorations, right?
Type 1. Type final restoration is type 1.
All right, we'll take a guess and we'll talk about it.
I think it's A.
Type 1.
Yeah.
After mixing permanent cement, the spatula and glass slab should be cleaned immediately with wet gauze and disinfected, placed in the ultrasonic for cleaning, left until the material is dry and can be chipped off, sterilized to remove the cement.
A.
A.
When you are preparing a crown for temporary cementation, you should A, completely fill the crown with cement. B, place a thin layer of cement directly onto the tooth. C, place a thin film thickness on the inner surface of the crown. D, allow the material to come to its initial set before using.
C.
As in,
Cat.
C is in cat. Zinc phosphate cement is used A, as a surgical dressing. Anna, you want to answer that? Just kidding. B, as eluting agent for permanent restorations. C, in place of a cavity liner. Or D, all of the above.
I go for B.
B is in boy.
Yeah.
Glass ionomer capsules are mixed by mechanical trituration on a ceramic slab, on a chilled glass slab, on a paper pad.
A.
As in, what did you say?
The first one, A.
Oh, A, I'm sorry. Does everyone agree? The telltale word here is capsules, right?
Yeah.
When mixing zinc phosphate cement, a cool, dry slab will blank the setting time.
Will increase its B.
Increase the setting time. Okay. Think about, oh, I guess you guys don't do alginate impressions yet, right?
We don't do that anymore.
Does anyone take alginate impressions?
I
No.
do. I don't
You're not
take it.
supposed to. So
I
you're gonna tell me no?
No, I don't take it. I just prepare.
Okay. But the thing is, if you use hot water, it sets up what?
That is fast. So
Faster. Cold water makes it set up.
Slower.
Right. Okay. And that's with pretty much anything. Okay. Hot is going to increase speed. All right. The cement that bonds directly with enamel, dentin, and metallic materials is what?
It's a B.
Poly.
B, as in boy?
Yeah, because like in ortho, you can use, let me see, glass
I
ionomer.
think it's C, polycarboxylate.
Let's leave that and move on. The term exothermic means what? Nikki, I kind of want you to answer this one. So even if you don't know what it means, I want you to take that word apart. What does exo mean?
Exo.
So let's think about something with an exoskeleton. Where will the skeleton be?
In the inside,
Where is endodontics?
the pulp in.
So endo is in, exo is
Out.
so something with an exoskeleton would be like a lobster or a cockroach.
So I think it would be like give off heat.
Give off heat. I like your answer. Even if you don't know this word, you can take it apart with the words that you do know in order to figure out an answer. And I really want you guys to look at that, because that's going to happen a lot where you look at a word and you're like, what? Stop, take the word apart and see if you can figure out how to determine what it means. Okay. I know I was an English major in college, so I do this a lot and I'm a word person. But anybody can do this. Okay. A blank agent holds two things together.
Bond,
A looting
looting.
agent holds two things together.
I'm submitting. Dun, dun, dun. 70. Okay. Polycarboxylate cement, when ready for use, appears glossy.
Oh,
Okay. So let's look in our books. On page 754.
On that second one, I have a question because I'm unsure on how many types there is. I know that definitely not the 4, but 2 and 3. And maybe
There
2.
are, so let's finish this and then let's go back to that, because this was in one of our slides that said the zinc phosphate here, or you can just look on page 755. Zinc phosphate cement has how many types?
2.
Oh,
2.
2.
All right, so there's 2 types of zinc phosphate cements. So even if you don't know anything about zinc phosphate cement, if you know there's 2 types, you should be able to cross out C and D and take an educated guess on the rest. Okay?
One is fine grain, and the other one is medium grain.
Correct. All right. The medium grain is going to act as the base. The fine grain, because we need it to be thin, right, to hold the restoration, is going to act as the cementation. All right. I'm looking for polycarboxylate cement appearing.
Glossy.
All right. Well, I guess that's just something that you need to know from mixing it, which is kind of bizarre. I feel like they should tell you that. And in my dental materials class, we mix it so we can see it. So you guys are at a disadvantage here because we're online. But if you think about the fact that the entire liquid of polycarboxylate cement is acid, once you mix the powder with it, when the powder mixes with that acid, it becomes glossy. And I was trying to see if they showed it to you after they mixed it, but they didn't. When you are preparing a crown for temporary cementation, you want to completely fill the crown with cement. Then you place it and you clean up the excess cement. All right, because you want to make sure it's covering all surfaces. If you place a thin film thickness on the inner surface of the crown, first off, we don't know that it's going on all surfaces, right? And because we're using temporary cementation, we want to make sure that it's completely covered, especially if we're doing it temporarily to use as a sedative, right? So we want to make sure that it's completely covered. The only way to do that is fill the crown with the cement, then place it. The excess will come out the side and we'll clean the excess. A cement that bonds directly with enamel, dentin, and metallic materials is glass ionomer. Whoever said that first, you were 1000% correct. Okay.
Because I thought on orthodontics, for instance, they use a lot for the brackets. They put it directly to the enamel.
If you look at page 752, right under glass ionomer cement, it says glass ionomer cement is one of the most versatile types of cement used in dentistry.
Or sealants, for instance.
This type of cement adheres to enamel, dentin, and metallic materials. Okay? Again, if you just keep hearing this, it will start to stick. All right. Do you have any questions about these?
Can we take this test again? Like, are they going to be in the Google Classroom?
These I can't give you because you need to buy this book.
Okay.
Online, which I think is so stupid, but oh, actually, guys, hold on. I know the 13th edition has it. Do you guys have a
Some books, they come with the code.
if you guys have a code, you can get this online book.
Yeah. Like, for instance, this book has a code. The dental assisting exam review has a code. And the
Does
modern dental
Where is
assistant,
the code?
it's on the, when you open the book,
Uh-huh.
usually on the first page comes with
It says scratch gently to reveal code.
yeah, exactly.
But if you guys have the 12th edition, I don't think it has the code.
Yeah, I have to
This one has it. Yeah, only that one has it. We have another book that's called Dental Material for Clinical Application, but that one doesn't have it.
Dental materials for clinical application.
Yeah.
No, that one doesn't have it either because I couldn't get it online either. I tried. I couldn't get it online. All right. So no, I don't think you can get this. They're pretty Yeah, this one didn't have a code. The dental materials book doesn't have a code. All right. So I can't give you guys these quizzes because there's no way for me to get them to you.
Yeah, I get it. It's fine.
I know. I
At
wish
least I practice.
I wish I could. Because I think they're great. Let's see. What if we take a turn for a second? How do you guys feel about this? Because I think this. So, impression materials. Why don't we take this quiz, see what you know, learn about it, and then take the quiz again?
Okay.
Is that too much?
It's good.
Because they're not long. The quizzes are short. And I feel like then it'll get you thinking when you're watching the PowerPoint, right? About the answers. So we'll just go through the quiz. I'm not going to explain anything. We'll do the PowerPoint and find the answers together in the PowerPoint, okay? Okay. The centric relationship of the upper and lower arches is recorded in the bite registration, occlusal registration, or impression.
The bite registration?
Bite registration? A smooth impression tray is coated with a blank before the final impression material is placed in the tray.
Adhesive?
Adhesive.
In terms of a final impression, wash is a term used to describe the we're talking about impressions. If you don't know, take a guess. Well, it's definitely in the PowerPoint.
A?
B?
No, she's talking about impression. I guess let's do B.
To avoid air bubbles in a final impression, the heavy body material is extruded, keeping the tip in the material, manipulated very slowly, mixed in a vacuum, or extruded in fast application to avoid air bubbles.
Let's say A.
The gloves that must be worn when kneading silicone putty for an impression are
None. Sterile.
Not sterile, not vinyl.
there's a contraindication for this particular material.
I know, usually we don't use gloves
So usually don't use gloves. Why?
because sticky on the latex gloves. It's getting stick.
It's not that it sticks on the latex gloves. It's that it's contraindicated for latex.
Oh.
You can't use latex with it. Latex breaks down the material.
Natural gloves?
So it goes for nitrile.
Do you ever need to mix anything with sterile gloves?
No.
I know I said I was going to talk about this later, but I
surgical.
can't help it. Okay. I'm just try not to talk. Polysiloxane is a type of blank silicone impression material.
Condensation.
I have no clue.
The vacuum former is used to create a custom tray, mouth guard, night guard, vital bleaching tray, or D, all of the above.
All of the above.
In the blank bite registration technique, the patient is instructed to close his or her teeth together before the impression material is placed. In the blank bite registration technique.
Closed.
I would say closed.
Gloves must be worn when handling preliminary impressions, final impressions, lab cases, or D, all of the above.
All
All
the
of
above.
the above.
In a two-step impression technique, before seating the heavy body impression material, A, film of adhesive is placed on the tray material. B, a plastic sheet spacer is placed over the putty material. C, the patient's mouth is rinsed with astringent. Or D, the syringe type material is placed around the tooth.
I think it's A, because we're talking about heavy body impression. And the syringe that we use is for the light body. That's what I think. So it's A.
Syringe you use is for light body.
Yeah.
But what the question is asking is, in a two-step impression technique, before seating the heavy body impression material, you do what?
The syringe type material is placed around the tooth.
The patient's mouth is rinsed with an astringent.
No, astringent, no. The astringent we use for when we place the cords sometimes.
So tell me, Maria, you clearly do this in your office. So the cord is placed, the cord is removed, you're about to do your two-part impression. What does the doctor do?
The doctor, he places I give him the light body, he places around the tooth, and then I gave him the,
And you are doing what at the same time? Filling the triple tray with
yes, and I give to him, yes.
heavy body.
Yes.
What is that light body material called?
The light body?
I'm going to go back up to question number 3.
Oh, wash?
Oh, yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, is that what it's called? I didn't know that.
Okay. It's called a wash.
Okay.
So the dentist places the light bodied wash around the tooth while the assistant is placing the heavy body
in the tray.
material into the triple tray, avoiding air bubbles by keeping the tip in the material while extruding it.
Yeah.
So just this one procedure, you already know the answer to 3 of these questions, okay? But you have to stop and think about it. All right? An impression tray with a smooth surface must be blank before each use. They asked a very similar question a minute ago.
Must be it's C, paint with the adhesive.
It must be.
C.
Yeah.
The final cure of an elastomeric impression material can occur
I'm in doubt between A and B because
It's got to be C.
final core.
Well, take a guess. We'll
B,
learn.
maybe B.
Let's put B. When an extruder is used, the impression material is mixed manually before placing in the gun, in a co-syringe, as it moves through the mixing tip, or in a triturator. What is an extruder?
I don't know.
I've said the word about 10 times today. It looks like a caulk gun.
Oh, okay. So what is
So when an extruder is used, the impression material is mixed where?
The mixing tip.
Inside the mixing tip, right?
Yeah.
The tube of catalyst and base are interchangeable if they are
The same type of impression material.
Yeah, A. Oh, same brand, no? Same type, same type. I guess it's the same thing. A is fine.
the impression material that has a very strong odor and will permanently stain clothing is what?
I think it's a B, the polysulfite. I think it's that one is used for dentures. It's brown and white. I think it smells really bad. I think.
To prevent a custom tray from seating too far on the arch, blank are created.
Spacers.
Spacers?
Because you sometimes you put some stops.
Too far.
So is it stops or is it spacers?
I don't know. Stops.
When mixing an alginate product, the warmer the water is, the blank the set will be.
Warmer will faster.
Right? We talked about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
A maxillary alginate impression usually requires blank scoops of powder and 3 measures of water. In alginate, what is the ratio? Always, always, always.
Equal.
Equal.
1 to 1.
1 to
So,
1.
how many scoops of powder? How many scoops of water?
3 and 3.
We spoke last week.
Even if you don't remember, it's telling you 3 measures of water, and we know the ratio is 1 to 1, so we immediately know it's
Right.
okay. Use the test to take the test. Normal set alginate has a working time of normal set alginate.
2
Not
minutes.
fast set, normal set. Read the question.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
If stored in water, an alginate impression
It's
Absorbs
storing
the
water.
water.
Oh, I know that.
Absorb?
Absorbs the water.
It doesn't drink. It doesn't dissolve. It absorbs water.
Yeah.
I'm submitting.
Oh my God.
This is our pre-test, okay? I'm doing it.
We call imbibition when
Imbibation.
Not bad. Not bad.
But I don't know what is extruder. See.
Okay, but now you do. You're not going to forget it, right? Okay. Oh, what is happening? So bite registration and what is the occlusal? What is occlusal?
Doing surface.
An occlusal registration is exactly the same thing as,
By
It's a
registration.
bite resistation. Yeah,
okay?
that I know it. That.
So you guys knew that because you know what it means to occlude.
Hmm.
So you just, all right. So that one, and which other one? The gloves that must be worn are
Oh, vinyl.
vinyl.
No.
Oh,
What?
what? I never use it. Then.
I never use vinyl either. I'm gonna question that.
Yeah, me neither.
This is a mean question.
This is a mean question. Let me look up silicone putty here. I'm not sure I believe that answer. I think it could be nitrile or vinyl.
Because vinyl I use when I'm uh, doing the instruments.
No.
It's not vinyl. Like the
Utility gloves?
Utility gloves?
sorry?
You're
Utility
talking
gloves?
about the
you mean?
utility
Yeah,
gloves?
I thought it was vinyl. It's not
Are they?
utility.
I don't think they're vinyl.
I
Are
don't know.
they?
Maybe. Utility gloves I use for the instruments. I thought was vinyl. That was.
I hope we're not using them. Let me see. Silicone putty. I'm gonna have to look this up. I don't know if I agree with that. Polysiloxate is a type of, look on the chart on page, where is it? 770.
770?
And if you go to page 772, polysiloxane or polyvinyl siloxane have high dimensional stability and low tear resistant. It doesn't really give. Our book is not really giving us the answers that we want, but this is an addition. What is a type of silicone silicone impression material? You use it in ortho, we use it for final impressions. What is a type of polysiloxane material?
This is for final impressions, right?
Yeah, what's the name of it? Monophase? Do you guys use that in your office? It's like a purple.
Mine is blue that I use it.
Yours is blue?
Mm-hmm.
Like Blue Moose?
Yes.
So Blue Moose is bite registration.
What's Impragum?
Impragum is condensation silicone.
Okay.
Oh no, Impragum is still the toothpaste system. So it's still an addition silicone.
Okay.
Do you use Impragum? You hand mix it?
No, I remember I worked at a dentist once, and they had Improgum, but it comes like with the syringe, and it mixes the two tubes together.
Oh, Impragum is polyether. I'm sorry. It's a toothpaste system that's polyether. And what's the thing you need to remember about the base and the catalyst of Impragum? You need what?
For the impression?
When you're mixing it, you need
The same quantity and then
equal amounts, right?
exactly the same, yes.
Of base and catalyst. So equal lines,
Yeah.
not equal amounts, equal size lines, I should
Equal
say, because the
size.
catalyst base is like this big.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do our chapter. Impression materials are used to obtain an impression of teeth, oral tissue, or both. They're a negative reproduction of dental structures. Okay, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So the teeth are the positive, the impression is the negative. How do we make a positive out of the negative?
We take impression and then we
Say
pour
it. Pour the model.
pour it.
And the
Yes.
model becomes, again, a positive, right?
Mhm.
Okay. The three classifications of impressions taken in dental procedures consist of preliminary, final, and occlusal, also referred to as bite registration. So there we see the bite and occlusal as the same.
Mhm.
Okay, the type of dental material selected by the dentist will take these impressions will depend on what will be constructed from the impression. Preliminary impressions taken either by the dentist or the expanded function. This is EFTA, which is PA, or RDA for New Jersey. Used for the following reasons: diagnostic models, custom trays, provisional coverage, orthodontic appliances, or pre-treatment and post-treatment records. This is what preliminary impressions are for. Final impressions are taken by the dentist and are used to produce the most accurate reproduction of the teeth and surrounding tissues. They provide the dentist and dental lab tech the essential information needed for creation of indirect restoration, partial or full dentures, and implants. Who can take the final impression?
Only the doctor.
Right. Okay. Bite registrations taken by the dentist or the RDA to produce a reproduction of the occlusal relationship of maxillary and mandibular teeth when the mouth is occluded. Provide an accurate registration of the patient's centric relationship between maxillary and mandibular arches. What is centric relationship?
It's when both of the arch they occluse center properly.
Right.
Right.
The centric relationship is where the two arches occlude properly. All right. Impression trays are used to hold the impression material when impressions are taken. They must be sufficiently rigid to carry the impression material to the oral cavity, hold the material close to the teeth, avoid breaking, and prevent warping the completed impression. Impression trays are of two basic types. We have stock trays and custom trays. What are stock trays used for?
Stock trays. When I need to take a temporary impression, for instance.
Initial.
Yes.
To take initial impressions. What are custom trays used for?
For studies, for instance, for the dentures. full dentures.
Custom trays are used for final impressions.
Okay.
And yes, for dentures. Okay. Stock trays are manufactured in several ways and available in a range of sizes and styles. Here's some examples. On the left, we have metal trays here. These are plastic trays here, and we have triple trays over here. Okay.
We cannot take a final impression on a stock tray.
No.
Okay.
Can you take a final impression on a stock tray? The thing with a final impression is it's supposed to be a specific impression for that patient. In order to get a tray that only fits that patient, you need a custom tray.
Okay.
Okay. Do people do it? Sure. I'm sure people do it, but it's not the right way. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And again, this is your disadvantage that you already work with a doctor. So sometimes you learn the wrong way to do things. So the correct thing to do is take an initial impression, get a final tray made, and then take the final impression in the custom tray.
So the stock impression is just for preliminary impressions for the first.
For initial impressions. Yep.
Okay.
Supplied in one of the following. Either you can do a quadrant tray, a section tray, or a full arch tray. Hopefully self-explanatory. Also characterized by whether the surface of the tray is perforated or smooth. If the surface is smooth, we need what?
Adhesive.
Adhesive, okay? When a perforated surface tray is used, the impression material oozes through the holes in the tray, creating a mechanical lock to hold the material in place. When a smooth surface tray is used, there is no mechanical lock, so the interior of the tray is painted or sprayed with adhesive to hold the impression securely in the tray. Okay. Honestly, I spray all my trays. I don't care.
Me too.
I've had one too many lift up on me over the years, so I spray everything. But yes, these are held in by mechanical. Oh, so Aylin, I think you asked me. You can use different materials to take initial impressions. I'm not saying you can't use monophase or heavy body in a stock tray. You can use any impression material in a stock tray, but it's not considered a final impression unless it's in a custom tray. Okay. Length of the tray can be extended by adding utility wax to the border of the tray. It may be necessary if the tray does not completely cover the third molars. For a patient with an unusually high palate, softened utility wax can be added to the palate area of the impression tray. Okay. Also, if the patient is a dentulous, I wax up that whole tray because sometimes their bone isn't very dense and it can stick into their mucobuccal folds. I use wax for comfort for them. A custom tray is constructed to fit the mouth of a specific patient. The custom tray is constructed in the laboratory from a diagnostic model. Sometimes I used to make them myself, but and a custom tray may be constructed using acrylic resin, light cured resin, or thermoplastic resin techniques. Okay. Specific adhesives are used with specific impression materials. VPS is for polyvinyl siloxane and polyether. Rubber-based or brown is used with rubber-based impression material, and silicone adhesive is used with silicone impression materials. All right. Hydrocolloid materials. These materials are used to obtain preliminary and final impression. Hydro means water. Colloid means gelatin substance. Depending on the type of hydrocolloid, the physical change from sol to gel can be irreversible meaning it's changed by chemical factors, or reversible. Irreversible hydrocolloid is called alginate. Okay. Hydrocolloid impression materials that cannot return to the sole state after they become a gel are termed irreversible hydrocolloids. Alginate is the irreversible hydrocolloid most widely used for preliminary impressions. After you mix the powder in water and it becomes a gel, does it go back to its original form?
No.
Ever, ever?
No.
No. It's irreversible. The main ingredient of alginate includes potassium alginate. It's derived from seaweed. Ugh. It's also used in some ice creams as a thickening agent.
Oh my God, I love ice cream.
Oh my God, me too. Calcium sulfate reacts with the potassium alginate to form the gel. Trisodium phosphate is added to slow the reaction time for mixing.
Tomorrow I'm gonna eat a little bit of alginate.
Eat it. Just do it. Just eat it. My patients are like, can't you make this taste any better? And I was like, well, I mean, they have drops you can put in them, but they don't taste much better. Like, it's only in there for a minute.
You know that we have strawberry flavor.
Yeah. We used to have all different flavors that we put in. For ortho, you use flavors or pedo, but other than that, pipe it. All right. The main ingredient of alginate includes diatomaceous earth, a filler that adds bulk to the material. Okay. You've probably seen this in Home Depot, right? Giant bags of diatomaceous earth. Zinc oxide adds bulk to the material, and potassium titanium fluoride is added so as not to interfere with the setting and surface strength of the product used when making a model. Hydrocolloid impression materials have two physical phases. In the sol or solution phase, the material is in liquid or semi-liquid form. That's when you mix the powder and liquid, right? In the gel or solid phase, the material is semi-solid, similar to a pudding dessert. The gel strength of hydrocolloid is not as great as that of elastomeric impression materials. We know that, right? Because what happens if we let it dry up?
The alginate, if dry out.
That's it. It's no good.
It shrinks,
Yeah.
right?
Can go to patient's mouth, cannot.
It is important for alginate to be sufficiently strong to resist tearing when the impression is being removed from the patient's mouth. The strength of the material will continue to increase even after it appears to be set. Leaving the impression in the mouth for the full length of time recommended by the manufacturer is important towards achieving maximum strength. Alginate can be purchased in a variety of ways. Containers about the size of coffee cans are the common form. Pre-measured individual packages are more expensive, but they save time by eliminating the need for measurement. The material is also supplied with flavoring as well as changes in color when set. Shelf life of alginate is approximately 1 year. This is what a container of alginate might look like. Most alginate must be poured up within 1 hour of taking the impression to avoid dimensional change. Imbibation, you were talking about earlier, Maria. If an alginate impression is stored in water or in a soaked paper towel, will absorb the additional water and expand. Why is that bad?
Because imagine if you have to send to the lab for they put it, you have time. Like if
it won't be accurate.
Exactly.
Right? Syneresis, if an alginate impression remains in the open air, moisture evaporates, causing the impression to shrink and distort. So either way, it's distorting.
Yeah.
Okay. It's fine for an hour wrapped in a paper towel in a bag, but you don't want to leave it like that overnight. Alginate is available in 2 setting times. We have normal setting time, which has a working time of 2 minutes and a setting time of 4.5. Fast set, which has a working time of 1 1/4 and a setting time of 1 to 2. Working time is the time allowed for mixing the alginate, loading the tray, and positioning the tray in the patient's mouth. Setting time is the time required for the chemical action to be completed, after which the impression is ready to be removed from the patient's mouth.
So this is what was confusing me on the test. The question about the setting time. Remember? Remember
Did
the
it say
question?
set? Oh, we're gonna retake the thing. Did it say setting time or
Yeah.
working time?
Yeah, I was confused with that.
Okay, well, I can't remember whether it said setting time or working time.
I think was setting time.
Yeah, but I think we got it right because we said 2 minutes.
We did get it right. It did say 2 minutes, but I thought it said working time, but maybe I was wrong.
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
remember.
We'll look when we go back to retake it. The setting time is the time required for the chemical action to be completed, after which the impression is ready to be removed from the patient's mouth. So working time is mixing time. Setting time is in the patient's mouth. To alter the setting time of alginate, room temperature water is best to use when mixing. Cooler water increases setting time. Warmer water reduces or shortens setting time.
I think something happened to Nat's, Natalie or Nat's page. She's not on. Maybe her call dropped.
No, I don't know. Is she trying to get on? Can you guys see?
We can't tell if someone is trying to get in.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't tell.
Oh, I
just
think she said
realized.
she needed to leave and that I told her the Zoom meeting would be posted.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to also ask because I have a wedding at 2:30.
Oh, okay. Well, the Zoom meeting will be posted. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, I just don't want to leave just yet, even though, but this is more important. But I just wanted to let you know if it gets a little bit closer, like to 1:40 or so, I might be able to leave. I wanted to let you know.
Okay, and you can always rewatch this because this will be posted on your course, on your class. Okay.
Okay, if you could just double check that we're able to take the test, go back to the test and see or whatever you post up. Because I wasn't able to go and take class yesterday, remember? You said you had to
Oh,
update
so if you
something.
want to get off this right now and go on and try to do it,
Okay.
or hang here and just, you can always text me and let me know. I got on this morning, so I think you should be able to.
Okay.
I got on as a student this morning, so I think you should be able to. I couldn't get on either, so.
Your number is where posted?
My cell number?
Yeah, so if can I just take it?
Yeah. Okay, let me just, I'll post it on our Google Classroom. Let me finish this. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. Okay, water to powder ratio, again, 1-to-1 always for alginate, right?
Mhm.
Accuracy is important in measuring alginate. So 1 plastic scoop to 1 unit in the cylinder. Mandibular 2-to-2, maxillary 3-to-3. Okay. I don't care how much you really use in your everyday life. If asked on a test, maxillary 3-to-3, mandibular 2-to-2. Okay. The most common mixing technique is manual spatulation with a rubber bowl and beaver tail wide spatula. In addition, an additional technique is the use of an alginator, which is a rubber flexible bowl attached to an electrical component. A lot of times in ortho offices, they do have these alginators. It is important for the EFTA or RDA to be competent in mixing the alginate, loading the tray, keeping the patient comfortable while taking the impression. On an upper tray, where do we load from?
Look, how you put it, the alginate in the,
And the upper, the center,
no, the upper,
and the
you
back,
start
From the back, and
and the
spread it to
palate, and
side
the
of the
back,
middle,
and
and
then
then the
you
back.
Back and spread it to the front, right? And how about the mandibular tray? How do we do that?
Always from the
on
back.
one side and then the
From
other.
the lingual.
lingual side. We
Half on one side, half on the other. Okay. I know that's on the test.
Can you repeat that again, please?
When you're loading a maxillary tray, scoop all the material and load it from the back of the tray. Push it towards the front. The majority of the material should be in the front of the tray, but it's loaded from the back. When you're loading a mandibular tray, you're going to split the material in half and load half to the right, half to the left on the lingual of the tray.
Thank you.
The patient needs to know that material will feel cool. There's no unpleasant taste. Material will set quickly. Breathe deeply through the nose. The patient can use some type of hand signal to communicate discomfort. The impression tray should be centered. There is a complete peripheral roll, including all of the vestibular areas. The tray is not overseated. What does it mean if a tray is overseated? What can you see? If you overseat a tray, you can see the tray.
You could actually see the tray?
Yeah, so if you overseat it, the teeth go through the impression material and you could see the tray where the teeth sit. Okay? The impression is free from tears, voids. You want sharp anatomic detail of all teeth and soft tissue. The retromolar area, which is where?
Back.
All the way back behind the last molars on the bottom, right? And the top lip. Lingual frenum is where?
The bottom.
Bottom where?
In the front interior.
Tongue space, mylohyoid ridge are all reproduced in the mandibular impression. The hard palate and tuberosities are recorded in the maxillary impression. You want to make sure all these things are present. And I'm going to show you a picture. All right, so here we have the full palate. We have the retromolar areas back here and here. If we could see any of the tray through these teeth, it would have been overseated. Okay.
Meaning overseated is when it's not placed well?
Overseated means you pushed it up too far or pushed it down too far. And now you can see the teeth have gone through the impression material and you can see the areas in where the teeth are. So right here, in here, instead of seeing impression material, you would see tray.
Okay.
Okay. Taking an alginate impression of an edentulous arch differs from taking other in two ways. One, there is no height of the teeth. It is important to include more extensive tissue details. This tray is not as deep as other trays used for alginate impressions. There are special edentulous trays that they have. If you don't have them, obviously you'll have to make it work with what you do have, but they do have them. Reversible hydrocolloid. This is an impression material that changes back to its physical state from sole to gel and back to sole. A change in temperature causes the reversible hydrocolloid material to transform from one physical state to another. Hysteresis is a term used to describe the change in temperature that causes the reversible hydrocolloid material to transform from one physical state to another. Reversible hydrocolloid is called agar, A-G-A-R. Okay, it's an organic substance derived from seaweed, same as alginate. However, there's only 13% agar, 85% water. Additional chemical modifiers are added to improve the substance handling characteristics. We don't use this much anymore. If someone's talking, I can't understand you.
Maria's talking.
I can't understand what you're saying. For the reversible hydrocolloid to change from one consistency to another, a specialized conditioning bath is used. The following 3 compartments maintain water at 3 different temperatures. The conditioner bath liquefies the semi-solid material at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. I still can't understand what you're saying. It sounds like a robot is talking. You sound like Wally. Can anyone, Maria, can you type and someone tell me what she's asking? Because I can't see her typing either.
Nicole, you are sounding like I just talked now. I'm saying you look like a robot talking.
Oh, I sound like a robot?
Yes.
Oh, do I still?
No, no, but you do.
Oh, I do too? Isn't that funny? I thought Maria
The
sounded like a
connection
robot.
was like lagging.
This time was you. I was
It
quiet.
was me. Okay. Sorry. I don't know what that was.
I was quiet.
Oh, I sounded like Wally.
Yeah, it was funny.
A storage bath readies the material for the impression, and then a tempering bath keeps the material at 110. This agar has to have special trays that you use. There's a special setup. Does anyone use agar in their office?
No.
We have to teach about it, but I, in my 20 years, have never used agar. I've seen it because I teach.
What exactly is agar?
Let me see if they have a. No. Agar is reversible material.
Here we go again.
Is it me?
No, now I think it's Maria.
Me and Maria are going back and forth with our robot talk. So agar.
Here we go again.
No, I'm quiet. No, Maria has been quiet.
Is it me? I don't know. So agar goes back to its original form. Okay. So it goes from soul to gel to soul. It goes, like once we take our impression, once we mix alginate, it doesn't go back to its original form. But agar does, or can. All right. It has this whole like system that gets hooked up. Hold on, I'll show you what the system looks like, because it was on here before. This is an agar system here. There's specialty trays on the back of them. They have hookups. They hook up to special water units. Like it's a big to do. Like unless you have like an old school doctor who swears by this, I don't think anybody uses it anymore. I've tried to get it out of the curriculum, but I keep getting it shut down. All right, so for the reversible hydrocolloid to change from one consistency to another, a specialized conditioning bath is used. All right, and it has the 3 different temperatures. Tray material is packed into plastic tubes. Each tube holds enough material to fill a full arch water-cooled tray. So the tray has to be like shot like with the water from the agar system. Like I said, it's a big to-do. We don't even have the whole system at my school. I usually show like a YouTube video to them. The material needs enough viscosity to keep the material from flowing out of the tray. And you know what I'll do? I'll post a YouTube video on Google Classroom of an agar impression, so you can see it. Okay? I'll do the one I do at school. An impression tray is filled and then immersed in the bath for a few minutes to further increase temperature. Hi, Nick. A conventional hydrocolloid is dispensed. Huh? What did you say? Nothing? Okay. A conventional hydrocolloid is dispensed directly into the prepared tooth and surrounding teeth. It's less viscous than the tray material. It's packaged in plastic or glass cartridges that fit in a syringe or preloaded syringe, or comes in preloaded syringes or preformed sticks that refill special hydrocolloid inlay syringes. The syringe material is liquefied by placing it in the same storage bath as the tray material. Like I said, this is a big to do. I can't imagine having to take every impression like this.
It'll take too long.
It takes a long time. I mean, I guess if you do it every day, it's like anything. Like I can take an FMX in 5 minutes. And I guess if you don't do it every day, it takes a long time. But I mean, you know. A stock water-cooled tray is selected. Plastic stops are placed in the tray. Tubing is connected to the tray and the water outlet. The material is liquefied and moved to the storage bath. The light body material is placed in the syringe. The heavy body is placed in the tray, just like a two-part. The light bodied is expressed around the prepared tooth. The dentist seats the tray. Oh, okay, strange. So I guess the dentist has to do part of it too. I don't know. Elastomeric materials. This is what we use. So having elastic or rubber-like qualities. This is what we use for final impressions, right? For crowns and bridges. Elastomeric impression material are self-curing and supplied as a base and a catalyst. The base is packaged as a paste in a tube and a cartridge, or as a putty in a jar. The catalyst is also known as the accelerator. Always, 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 the catalyst is the accelerator. The catalyst makes the base go. It's packaged as a paste in a cartridge or a liquid in a bottle with a dropper. Light-bodied material, also referred to as syringe type or wash type. It's used because it can flow into and around the details of the prepared tooth. A special syringe or extruder is used to apply light-bodied material immediately around prepared teeth. So anything that extrudes material is called an extruder. Okay. Regular and heavy-bodied material, also referred to as tray type. They're thicker than the light body. Their stiffness helps force the light body into close contact with the prepared teeth to ensure details of a preparation. The dentist prepares the tooth or teeth. Light body is prepared, loaded into the syringe, and transferred to the dentist. The dentist places the light body material over and around the teeth on the surrounding tissues. Heavy body is prepared, loaded into the tray, and transferred to the dentist. When the impression material has reached final set, impression is removed and inspected for accuracy. Impression is disinfected, placed in a biohazard bag, labeled, and readied for the laboratory technician. So the curing stages of elastomeric materials. First stage results in stiffening of paste without the appearance of elastic properties. The final set is the second stage. It begins with the appearance of elasticity and proceeds through a gradual change to a solid rubbery mass. Material must be in place in mouth before elastic properties of final set begin to develop. The final cure, or the last stage, occurs within 1 to 24 hours. Okay, which answers our question from earlier. Many different mixing techniques are available for use with impression materials. The most common involves preparing. Is someone asking me a question? No. We have a paste system, an automatic system, a mixing unit system, and a putty system. Okay. The most common is the light bodied, then the heavy bodied, right? When working with an elastomeric material in a paste system, timing is the most important reason for having the equipment. and material prepared and ready to mix when the dentist signals the go-ahead. Make sure you have enough of the material placed out for the type of tray you're using. The auto mix system provides a homogeneous mixture with the appropriate amount of material without waste. The extruder is used to automatically mix and dispense elastomeric impression materials. The unit can be used with light-bodied or heavy-bodied materials and is operated with a trigger-like handle. The extruder is loaded with dual cartridges that consist of a tube of catalyst and a tube of base material. Okay, typically they come in one thing, but half of it is base, half of it is catalytic. It's mixed in the nozzle. A tabletop or wall-mounted mixing unit may save time in some offices. Several factors make this process easier. It can control the dispensing, infection control, and versatility. Putty has a higher consistency and insertion force than are seen with heavy-bodied. The material is kneaded with the hands. The 4 types of elastomeric impression materials most often used in dental practice are polysulfide, polyether, silicone, and polysiloxate, or polyvinyl siloxane. Of particular concern with these materials are dimensional stability, or the ability of the material to keep its shape after it's been removed, deformation, or the ability to resist permanent change caused by stresses during removal, and permanent deformation means the material was changed and will not regain its previous shape. Polysulfide impression material has been used in dentistry as a final impression material for many years. It's available in light-bodied, regular, and heavy-bodied. It's supplied as a two-paste system. Rubber-based material has a strong odor and can easily stain clothing. So the polysulfide, all right, if you think about when you light a match, what, you know, that initial smell you get, what's the smell?
Is from the base.
It's called sulfur. This is how I always remembered this. So like when you light a match and you get that like sulfur odor. So polysulfide looks like sulfur.
Okay.
So that's how I always remember. That's the one that smells. If you have a better way or you're good at memorizing, go for it. Just how I always remembered it. Has a relatively long working and setting times, and its stiffness is low. Dispense paste at the top of the mixing pad. Mix paste with the tip of a spatula to incorporate the material. Transfer the material to a fresh surface of the mixing pad. Refer to the excess material on the pad to monitor setting time. Water, saliva, and blood affect polysulfide material. The impression should not be removed quickly after setting. Do not rock the tray. The adhesive must be thin and dry before the impression material is added. Wait 20 to 30 minutes before pouring the impression to allow stress relaxation. Be careful of glove powder contamination of impressions. Polyether impression material provides better mechanical properties than polysulfide and less dimensional change than silicone. Because the set material is stiff, a third component called a thinner is included. The thinner is added to the mix to reduce its thickness and improve the finished impression. It's applied as a two-paste system. The tubes are not the same size, but when equal lengths are dispensed, the correct amount is delivered. This is Impergum, polyether. Okay?
Okay.
The material is very stiff, making it difficult to remove without rocking. When removing the impression, break the seal and rock slightly to prevent tearing. Water, saliva, and blood affect the setting process of polyether. Added moisture will increase the impression's marginal discrepancy. Increased water absorption occurs if a thinning agent is used. Impressions can be dispensed from an automated extruder and mixer. Silicone impression material is odor-free, non-staining, and easy to use. The deformation is much less than polysulfide. The dimensional stability is superior. Supplied with a base as a paste in a tube and the catalyst as a liquid in a bottle or smaller tube of paste with cartridges and putty. The material has a limited shelf life. The tray requires a special tray adhesive. Silicone material is not subject to syneresis or imbibation, but it does respond with shrinkage over time. The material is more flexible, so the chance of distortion during removal is greater. Wait 20 to 30 minutes before pouring the models for stress relaxation to occur.
What's the syneresis mean?
So remember, imbibation was when it was overlogged with water, like when you hold the alginate in water, and syneresis is when you let it air dry.
But it shrinks if you
Then
let
it shrinks, correct.
Okay.
Okay. Polysiloxane impression material has high dimensional stability and low tear resistance. It's easy to handle when taking final impressions. The material has no taste or odor, available in light-bodied, regular, and heavy-body forms. Polysiloxane the material has no odor, available in light-bodied, regular, and
I hear somebody talking in the background, and
I
it's
know,
not,
but I feel like it's me.
and I don't. It's not Maria, and it's not Eileen. There's someone else there, like listening,
You.
talking.
I feel like it's me, but I'm talking twice,
Yeah.
right? But I don't know why.
You do that, Maria lights up, but it's not her because she's not moving her mouth, and it's not Eileen.
You have an echo, teacher. You have an echo.
I have an echo, but I don't know where it's coming from. I have no idea where this echo is coming from. Try that. See if that's better. Sorry. For dimensional stability, this is the best impression material. Pouring of the model can be delayed up to 7 to 10 days. So this is what we send to usually to the labs, right? For final impressions and stuff.
This is what I use in the office.
This is what you use, polysiloxane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Material is dispensed with the use of an auto mixer and mixing tips. Occlusal or bite registration. Occlusal registration is an accurate registration of the normal centric relationship of the maxillary and mandibular arches, also commonly referred to as bite registration. It looks something like this. I'm still hearing that. Is it me? How about now?
Well, we could still hear it.
You can still hear it?
It's good.
It's better? It's particularly useful when diagnostic casts are trimmed. The most common technique uses a softened base plate wax. So this is a base plate wax registration. It doesn't matter whether you use this one or Blue Moose, as long as it bites together properly, okay? One of the most popular materials for bite registration, supplied as a paste system. It's fast setting. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, sorry. No resistance to biting forces, no odor or taste for the patient, gains dimensional stability over time, and it's convenient to use. ZOE bite registration paste may be selected when a more durable material is needed for bite reg. ZOE paste offers little or no resistance to bite closure and is fast setting. The material supplies in a paste system and dispensed onto a paper pad, mixed, placed on a gauze tray for the patient to bite into. I've never, maybe I have used this. So you use a triple tray to get the bite registration. All right. Questions? Do we want to take that quiz again?
Yeah, let's see what we do. Let's see how we do.
No, sometimes the bite.
Sometimes what?
I was saying sometimes I take my doctor takes bite resistation and he puts the material directly to the patient's mouth and makes the patient bite.
Yes, absolutely, but not with ZOE.
Okay. Yeah, no.
With Blue Moose or
Yeah,
bite registration material.
yeah, and sometimes pink or orange.
Okay. Um,
Today was a lot like injection, like
what do you mean?
injection of information, a lot of information.
Oh. Dental materials is, I could teach dental materials for 2 weeks straight
know.
every day. It's a lot of information. The problem with this review course is it's so fast paced. So, you know, according to the powers that be, you guys are here because you've already know this information and I'm just reviewing it with you.
Study. Yeah, you're right.
The fact is that you guys know what you know from your offices and you've probably never sat down and read the actual stuff. So you learned hands-on, which is great, but sometimes it proves to be, you know, detrimental to you because you haven't always learned the right way to do things.
Yeah.
So. That's what I want. I just wanted to see something real quick if they had an agar thing on here, but it doesn't matter. I'll post one for you. I don't really care. So centric relationship for upper and lower arches is recorded in the
D.
A smooth impression tray is coated with
E,
Adhesive.
B,
in terms of a final impression. Wash is a term used to describe the
The heavy body material.
not heavy body.
That's serene.
Mm-hmm. What the doctor uses is called the wash. So think about it like this. The doctor places the light-bodied material around the tooth. The doctor places that. The assistant hands over the tray full of heavy body material. The heavy body material pushes the light body material and washes it over the tooth. Okay? So this is called the wash, the part that gets into all the nooks and crannies, really gets in there, right? So the light bodied is the wash, is the syringe type material. All right. To avoid air bubbles in a final impression, heavy body material is
It's the A, extruded and keeping the, yeah.
so if you know the word extruded, you then know the word extruder, okay?
Mhm.
We still don't really have an answer to this. I'm going to put vinyl, but it is called silicone putty is called vinyl siloxane. We still didn't figure this out, right? I was hoping it would give us an answer. All right, well, I'm going to have to look this up and find out an answer, and I'll post it. Polysiloxane is a type of what kind of silicone impression material?
Addiction.
Okay, again, look at that chart. The vacuum former is used to create a,
D.
all of these can be created on a vacuum former, all right?
Mhm.
In the blank bite registration technique, the patient is instructed to close his or her teeth together before the impression material is placed. The fact that they have to close their teeth together is telling us it's a,
Close.
yeah, right? Gloves must be worn when handling
Oh.
everything.
Yeah.
In a two-step impression technique, before seating the heavy body material,
The syringe.
Type material around the tube.
and what's another name for the syringe type material? The wash, right?
The
The wash.
The wash. Yeah.
We did this one already. The final cure of an elastomeric impression material can occur.
The final cure of elastic material as soon as the material is placed. Is the D.
When an extruder is used, the impression material is mixed.
Iris moves through in the
Mixing
the
tip,
D.
right?
Yeah.
The tubes of catalyst and base are interchangeable if they are
The tubes of Alice and Bailey. Same time, the same brand, the same. No. Double.
That same question before we use A. I don't remember if we got it right.
I think we got it right. Well, it's the same brand of impression material. The catalyst and base are not interchangeable, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter if it's used for the same technique, and it doesn't matter who's using it. If the impression material is the same for the catalyst and the base, they get interchangeable.
Okay.
Okay. The impression material that has a very strong odor is, think of your lit match.
Is the sulfate.
B.
Polysulfate is B.
B.
Yeah.
To prevent a custom tray from seating too far on the arch,
Spacers.
We said was the walks, right? You're talking about the walks or no? I'm
Stops.
confused. All those for the stops, yeah.
so stops are notches that we create inside the tray so that we can't overseat it. Okay. Spacers are used to separate. Stops are used to literally stop the tray from seating too far. When mixing an alginate product, the warmer the water, the
Faster.
I almost said it out loud. I'm like the maxillary alginate impression usually requires blank scoops of powder and 3 scoops of water.
Yeah, 3.
3 and 3.
How about a mandibular?
2 and 2.
2.
2.
How about anything else? What's the ratio?
1, 1.
1 and 1.
Normal set has a working time of,
2 minutes.
okay, it didn't say setting time, it said working time. If stored in water, the alginate impression, I'm submitting. Better have gotten 100. 95?
What?
What did we get wrong?
The question, maybe the God's question.
That's not what it said.
It says final cure elastic impression material can occur within 15 minutes.
That's not what the book says. Right? It said 1 to 24 hours, right?
This is wrong because on the slides was saying the final cure is 1
At 1 to 24 hours. I agree. I just said, I think this is wrong.
But you know what, Nicole? You know the book Dental Assistant Exam Review? I did some questions on the computer,
Yeah.
found some wrong answers. Like
That's
when
the
you
thing.
read the explanation,
Mm-hmm.
contradiction about, like, I'm going to give you an example. They are talking about the explorers, for instance,
Yeah.
and then you see the answer and is another that, like, the answer says completely different. What
Yes. Okay. Remember that just happened with that new thing that's why I got off of the 13th edition and got back on the 12th. We literally
Yeah.
saw the same thing. It was happening.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I can only go by what's on here. I mean, I know that's not right because I just went over it with you. So, I mean, we only have the book to go by. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we only have the book to go by. Yeah, we only have the book to go by, so that's what we're gonna go by. Okay. So we got through most of dental materials. We did not get through lab materials. But I'm gonna post the PowerPoint for that anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
If
we go through it on our own, can we just like take the little quizzes next week?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to put a test on there. And Maria, I'm sorry, I have to look through the test because, again, it's me and a couple people putting tests on. So I figure if I choose one of my tests, one of their tests, and one of somebody else's tests, they're all going to be a little different. But it sounds like we're all picking the same questions, which is unusual, but I guess.
Exactly, happens to me. Like today morning, I saw the test that you put it yesterday.
Last night, yeah.
Yes, I saw. So today morning I tried and I saw, I just answered 3 questions just to see, and they were different. But the other 3 tests that I got it, and I tried so many times was.
So the one today was different.
Huh?
The one today was different?
Exactly.
Okay.
But the other 3 tests I got always the same. Always the same.
With different order.
Same
Okay. I guess my teachers and I all think alike. Strange, but okay.
And you know, I
strange, but okay.
But
Look,
you
there's
know,
my
last
reverb
week is the
again.
last day we have classes, so we can go and make sure the test is everything.
Yes. And then what I'm going to do today, so take the test I posted at 2:30 a.m. I don't know why I'm up that early.
Okay.
I'm going to put one up
will.
now for just dental materials.
Okay, perfect.
Because I do feel like that's something that needs to be like kind of gone over. And the more you go over, you're going to be like, oh, so here's what I'm going to post today. I'm going to post at least 1 test on dental materials, maybe 2. Because I mean, it takes me a long time to teach dental materials. I'm not teaching it in a day. Okay. Like what I did today was exorbitant.
Yeah.
But again, I only have 4 classes to get through, 60 chapters of a book. So I'm going to post a couple tests for dental materials. I'm going to post a video for AGAR just so you can see what it is. Okay. And I'm going to post all of the chapter PowerPoints that we went over, including the one we didn't get to, which was it's basically stone in the lab, like, you know.
The Gibson.
Yeah.
Gibson
So,
materials.
but I mean, you still need to know it. So I'll post it. I think it's fairly self-explanatory anyway. Like, of all of the chapters, that's the easiest one to grasp. Because even if you work in an ortho office, you're still working with different materials in the lab. I think the only one who may have to do some real studying, sorry, Anna, is you, because you work for an oral surgeon.
I know.
I know. I worked for one for 10 years. And when I went back to dentistry, I was like, what? I forgot how to do all this. I started back in pediatrics so I could like ease my way back in, because 10 years is a long time to be out of dentistry for.
And I work in the front desk. I just assist once in a while.
Okay, well, you are very knowledgeable, Maria. I'm impressed.
she's
with
But
what you-
believe me, I'm the office manager. I work with the insurance. I work with the employers, everyone in the office.
Okay, well, I'm just saying I'm impressed with what you know. If you don't work in the back, I'm surprised and impressed.
I
So.
just assist when we don't have enough assistants. And I
Okay,
have
well,
to
for my office, that's every single day. So
I know.
you would be back. My office manager does not assist. So
I love assist. I don't like do billing, but
Yeah.
that's what I do.
I don't like.
Billing schedules,
Okay, well, you know what? You're gonna be a great dental assistant. So
I hope so. That's what I want to be.
anyway, so but I'll post it, and then next week what we'll do is we'll start out by going over any questions you guys had on the tests. We'll go over the quizzes on that last chapter of dental materials, and we'll really kind of delve into what you guys have questions on, because I feel like we at this point have gone over like the major things that I want to go over some tray setups again. I want to go over some procedures again, like kind of reiterate that sort of thing next week.
Okay.
And then if you
And
guys
we're
have
gonna-
questions, any questions you think of, let's go over it. That's,
We're gonna see ortho instruments or no?
say that one
I'm
more time.
scared they're gonna ask on the. I was asking about ortho instruments. We're gonna go see ortho instruments or something
Oh,
like
we'll
that.
do,
I'm afraid they're
that's what
gonna
I'm
ask on
saying.
the
Write
test.
down
I
your
don't know.
questions. We'll do a whole ortho instrument
Hmm,
tray thing. I don't care.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll go over all the ortho. Oral surgery is going to be hard for everyone except for Anna. I used to like put, 4 green bands around until I worked in oral surgery. I didn't know any of the oral surgery instruments either. So,
Okay.
even though I literally look at a cow horn now, I'm like, how could I have not known what this was? Like, I didn't use it enough to
There's
really.
so many instruments that oral surgery has. There's some of them that my doctor asked me, was like, what?
I know. I'm like, what is that?
What is that?
What? I
I
don't
feel
know.
the same.
Okay. I'll like hand something. They'll be like, no, Nicole, that's completely wrong. I'm like, okay. What does it look like? Does it look like an elevator? So yeah, this test is all inclusive, which is what makes it difficult. So think about things that you really are like stuck on, and let's go over them next week. All right. In the meantime, I'll post everything I can think of onto our Google Classroom. Please let me know right away if you can't get onto a test, because it's a problem on my end. Obviously, I can fix it. I just need to know about it because I'm not going in trying to take the test. So I'm gonna now post a couple tests on dental materials. I know they're different because they're from 2 different semesters that I taught. So I know they're gonna be 2 different tests. The test from last night, I believe, is different from the other ones.
Thank you.
So, and then, come next week, things that you have questions on or problems with, I can post stuff about that too at the end. So just let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
the information and the sites to go and take the test, would that the school will provide it? Or
Cool. Yeah. So you should you should start signing up now to try to get your stuff together, because
Okay.
it takes them a while to get back to you, and then they give you a window and you have to sign up.
Okay.
So I feel like the closer you are taking the test after this class, like take this course that we're doing together, study from the information, and then take the test right away. Because the longer you sit and wait,
I know it will disappear.
yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it. And like I said, you know, you work in oral surgery, the chance that someone's going to come up to you and ask you what the setup for an ortho office is none. Like even for radiation, no one cares what happens when you push that button, but you have to know it for the test.
Exactly. Yep.
So once you take the test, nobody cares.
I know.
Wherever you work, you'll learn what to do.
Exactly.
I have no doubt. You guys are all very smart. I know you can do it. It's just a matter of, you know, it's such a large umbrella of information that it becomes overwhelming.
I'm going for next month.
Next month.
For
Okay.
exam.
And again,
Yeah.
just because this class ends, I'm still going to leave that classroom open. So all this information will always be open for you. And if you have any questions, just, you know, I'll post my phone number on the website too. Just text me and I can always, you know, open you back up a test, or if you're having like a real issue with something, like you're like, look, I just don't get ortho, I'll open you up a quiz on it and you can go in and take it. I don't care. It's no skin off my back for you to take it. So
Do you know how much is the infection control test cost?
I don't know.
It's
You guys aren't even near me.
It's 200.
And the
No,
way
it's-
that my school works is when the students sign up for school, the price that they pay, everything's included. So I don't have anything to do with that. So I have no idea. I'm
think
sorry.
It's 250 or 270. It's I because I took a few months ago. It's
Okay.
270 or 250. I know chairside is 270. Infection control, I think
It's
is
probably a
270.
little, I would think would be a little less, but I
$20. If there is maybe $20 difference.
But infection control test, from what I have gathered, is easy.
Easy.
Should I say
Mine was
easy?
very
Much easier. I would take that first and get it out of the way so that you can actually study this.
Yeah, I wanted
This is going to be the majority of your,
I know.
I'll take it first, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then leave all this information.
I know it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm not going to lie. I was like, you're giving me, I'm teaching them in 4 weeks. Am I going to be able to teach them? And she's like, well, it's a review. And I was like, okay, I just, you know, just want to make sure, because it's a lot of information.
One more question, Nicole.
Go ahead.
After we're done with the CDA, you also teach the because then I want to go for RDA. You also teach the RDA?
They haven't asked me to teach it. I feel like RDA is hands-on, isn't it?
No,
Yeah, I
because
want to do
nowadays-
that too, because that's something that my job, it's requiring for me to do my RDA. So that is something that I will be interested in doing. That's one of the reasons why I'm taking this.
I think after you get your CDA,
Exactly.
you know what, you have to call the school and ask them, because I'm not sure how your school works.
We can go
I'm
for
sort of I'm like a
RDA.
substitute teacher. I'm not a substitute teacher, but they are like, hey, can you teach infection control
They
for the
said,
next?
no, we don't need
I mean, I like the way you teach because you give like a lot of pointers and like how to remember things.
Right.
Like,
Okay.
I'm one
No,
of those
because I
people
called
that
the
I need to be hands-on, and like the fact that you give us like idea how to remember, it helps me to remember things.
Right. That's how I learn too. I know it probably drives my co-teacher crazy that I teach like that, but that's how I remember. So that's how I teach my students too. But it's just a different way of learning. That's how I learn. So that's how I teach. Maria, are you okay? Oh my God, I thought you fell. Oh my God.
She froze.
Oh my God. Frozen is fine. I thought she fell on the ground. Okay. Maria, are you all right? I thought you fell on the floor. I'm like, oh. So yeah, I mean, like when they ask me to teach, I teach, but
Yeah, because I called the school and they said, now we don't, if you want, you don't need to go for class. You just go for the exam. But I would like to take the class, you know, and then go
Oh, to
for
take
it.
the review, you mean?
No, evenly classes, learning how to do it, because how can I one day make a prep if I never did, I never trained.
Right. I mean,
I'm gonna make a prep for the first time on the patient's mouth. Doesn't
a
make
lot
sense.
of dental assisting is on the job training.
I need to
I mean, I never went to school for dental
That's
assistant.
why I was asking if
In
you
the job.
that.
I started as a receptionist, and then from receptionist, I moved to assisting.
Right. And then you got your radiology license. That's how some people do it.
It was required for
Me
me,
too.
and
Me
then
too.
I just continue
But, you know,
assisting.
So I don't know if you want to call the
for
school and
RDA,
talk
I
to
think-
Lois. I mean, if they have an RDA course that they want me to teach, I'm happy to teach it.
All right. That's why I'm asking,
Oh,
because
but they haven't told me that I'm teaching one yet, so I have no idea.
Is there a period of time of waiting to become an RDA?
no, you can go after.
Oh.
You never.
I
can
believe
go-
you need your CDA to get your RDA. But once you have your RDA, you don't necessarily need to keep your CDA, but I would keep it anyway.
But we need to
Exactly.
continue taking continuing education, though, to continue with that license.
Yes.
Okay.
But honestly, a lot of it you can do. Oh, what a cute baby. A lot of it you can do online now.
This is my grandbaby.
Oh my God, he's so cute.
He's only a week old.
Oh my God.
Hi, everybody.
Oh my God, you're making my. I'm 47. You're making my heart hurt.
I'm 43. My daughter made me a grandmother.
That's okay. I'm 47. My daughter is only 15. If she makes me a grandmother, I'm gonna kick her
Oh
ass.
no, my daughter's 25, so it's okay.
Like, oh, kill her, okay? You know what? I wouldn't kill her. You know what I would do? I would help her. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Anyway, all right, ladies, have a great week. Get together
Thank
questions.
you.
I will post all that stuff by tonight, okay?
Thank you.
All
very
right,
All right.
perfect. Thank
Have
you
a
so
great
much.
week. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Have a nice week. Take care.
You too.
Bye.